coalition had kind of gotten together and worked on that. We were a part of it, our folks were, and I was really impressed with that. I was impressed with that like parent packet about things you can be doing to prepare your child. We need to be sharing that as much as possible.
Well, and that's the key on it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude, but that's the key on anything. It's good if we, if we have it in one place, but the distribution and what is the plan on getting it out? Because the ones that need it the most, we need to be doing it. I know it's already beginning of January, but that doesn't mean you can't be getting it into the hands for next year. It's one of those things that is there's not a time constraint.
That's right.
And so,
and really, I think that in practice, it would be great for the board to kind of, formalize this, put something that's official in place. But in practice, this is happening now, because what this rule would apply to is those children who show up for first grade and they've never been to school. So when you show up and your parents are there to enroll you in kindergarten, that's just normal registration. Let's go with it. But when you show up to school and you've never been to a school before and you're 6 years old, schools already kind of do some assessments with the family to decide, do we want to go to first grade, do we want to go to kindergarten, and go from there. And I think some of you are familiar with ALLAKIDS. So ALLAKIDS is already an assessment that's out in the field being used. That is one, that's one option that they can use. But I also think that that it would be possible for you guys to endorse another one. Like, that's not the only one that would, be acceptable.
well, in actuality, ALLAKIDS is strictly kindergarten. It is not really looked at as a first grade possibility measure. Do you agree?
Right.
So I think there are many other options out there, and I think it's imperative that we just that to me is critical. And it doesn't have to be a huge, assessment, but there's just some critical questions that could be ascertained.
To be able to demonstrate certain skills
and
competencies. But I think this just puts something in place to say that before going to first grade, you should complete kindergarten or have those competencies that you've met or those skills.
Yes. And if the board so chooses to say, yes, let's proceed with this as notice of intent on next month's agenda, that'll put the whole administrative process into place. And it will also simultaneously, be kind of us working in the background to present that formal demonstration that schools can use. If ALLAKIDS isn't the option, then our team is already working on, like I said, hey, here's an option that is kind of a formal thing for you to assess. Is this child ready for first grade, or do we want to consider kindergarten?
You have on here, provide for immediate intervention for those students. What does that look like?
So I want to be clear legally that because of what's in the Alabama Code now, if a child who is 6 shows up to be enrolled in first grade, the school cannot deny enrollment. Right. That's just, they have no legal authority to deny enrollment in first grade. And so in the event that that situation presents itself, where you're working with family or guardian and you say, we really feel like, kindergarten is the best place, we went through these things, and most of the time, those conversations work themselves out. But in the event they don't, and a parent or guardian is adamant that my child shall be enrolled in first grade, then that's where we want to put emphasis on, if that situation presents itself, then you start interventions immediately with that child. If they didn't perform well on the assessment, but you're having to put them in first grade based on just the age alone, then start interventions now. That's what that was about.
I was just wondering if there was something, prepared. Would you have an idea of what that would look like?
I think the schools, they know that. Yeah, they would know that it would be probably encompassing of everything. It would be, reading, math, all interventions that are available. Let's start them now and try to catch this child up.
So will there be a parent packet to assist parents in that process?
That's actually already available. The parent packet is already available to cover all those things, and we really need to be pushing and sharing and communicating that out. But that is available now.
This discussion was promulgated by a view of some of the legislation that didn't pass in the last session. And it's part of the predisposition of this board to speak for education. We do appreciate the legislation and the legislators having an interest in this, but I think this board has asserted itself as being the elected body to oversee and see that the right functions occur in education. Now, are we changing anything. The legislation they looked at were changing the dates for eligibility or entry into the first grade. And that was some concern with some of us that the date was moved back much. Are we speaking at all to that?
No, sir, we won't be able to speak to that, but
We're not changing as
that's
it
correct.
is. By not speaking to it, we're keeping what we currently have,
Yes,
which
sir.
is,
That's
what, September 30, or what's the date?
I believe it is. I think it's I think it's September 1.
September, it's always been September 2nd.
September 2nd, that's it. It says if you turn 6 on or before September 2nd, you shall be entitled to admission in the first grade. And also, it goes a little step further to say that if you have previously been enrolled in another state, so if you were enrolled in another state that doesn't have the same age as us, then you're entitled, like if you left that state in first grade, you come here, then you shall be entitled to enrollment in first grade in Alabama. But to your point, this is exactly a good example of how the board can take the lead on this is a priority for us. And even if the legislature so chooses to move, if this bill comes back up again next session and they choose to move, they could complement or make this stronger by, removing that shall be entitled to, and go along with the board's direction. So it's just options for you to consider.
Have we looked at September 30 as an alternative date to September 2? Because, or whenever school starts, there's language that was in the other bill that actually said December, which was an extreme, but, September 2, I know that date because it's my wife's birthday. I better remember that date. But sometimes, schools start a lot earlier, and sometimes schools, if your child's born in September, I'm a September birthday. My birthday is September 6th. And not that I should have ever gone to school, but there's a range there that I would like us to consider, the board to consider, the date of September 30, and if there's predominance of view of that, so be it. But I don't know what the attitude of various board members are, especially people who specialize in instructors on elementary. What are your thoughts?
Well, the December 30th is too far.
No,
right?
September 30.
September 30th. There's always going to be, and I haven't met a parent or a grandparent that hadn't ever come to my school and told me how brilliant their child is. So whether it's September 2nd or September 30th, and what I ran into more was that maybe people came into a job from another state or from a private school or preschool. And therefore, they thought the law would allow them to immediately, and so some of them tried to do the runaround, the beginning point. I can live with September 30th, but no farther than that. Because the way, and how much, like down in Mobile, they start like August 1st or 2nd. We already are almost 2 months behind in academics. So we need to be cognizant of that.
And also the date is for enrollment only, so that September 2nd doesn't hold a child back from enrollment. It's just establishing the age. So when if
their
a child
birthday is September, I don't mean to interrupt you. So if their birthday is September 6th,
that would delay enrollment. But a lot of schools do provide for early enrollment policies. Many have that.
we did that because we did an assessment like you're talking about for children. And also, if we didn't, the parents would take their child and go enroll them in a private school for 6 weeks and bring them back.
Yep, that's right. Yeah. There are a lot
So
of
that's
early
why I'm saying,
enrollment policies.
I don't know what the board's position is, but I would like to consider September 30. I don't want to prevail, or I don't know. What do you think, Ms. Bell? You're the...
Well, of course, we'd have to do it statutorily. It'd be something that we'd have to change the law. But
obviously,
those who deal with children, and there's a wide range. I have 4 brothers, I always mention that, but 2 of them started school, really, they went on to a school so that they could circumvent, and at that time it was October the 2nd, and their birthdays were October the 3rd, and one was December. And so, anyway, my mom said, wait. My dad said, go ahead. They enrolled, and then they went on. And in retrospect, my mom was right. But that's where every child is so different. And frankly, I would try to err on the side of maturity, and that's something that's a personal thing. But I think if you're in line with when school starts, there is a big deficit between a child who has a birthday even in May and then in September. And more so maybe with the little boys than little girls, but there's a lot of science behind that, a lot of studies, research. My feeling is that I would stick with a date and be firm about that. And if a parent wants to delay a child or they want to push them ahead, they can send them to a private school. And
come back.
most private schools would say, no, sorry, even today. But anyway, that's just a personal opinion. I'm not the expert on that, but from personal opinion, those who have waited have done much better.
Yes. Well, on the date portion, we will have until now March to continue that discussion because, like she said, it does require an actual code change on the date. But for purposes of priority and first grade readiness, if you guys will just review this, let us know your thoughts and suggestions, and then we'll know whether to put it on the agenda for next month.
And this effective date is effective when it's passed, so that will affect entry into this fall.
Yes, sir.
Because we don't put the effective date on this, but
That's
in the way the administrative code is, the first paragraph, equal boards of education, if we adopt it in March, then they have to act
for the next enrollment
immediately.
period. Yes.
It's in this, it's imperative that they act in line 1. It says each local board of education shall adopt and implement policies that ensure. So
Yes,
that's effective immediately. It'll affect the 223 first graders.
Yes. You could choose to delay if you wanted, but if you do not specify the date, then it would be immediately upon its passage.
But as it's worded now, it's immediate. Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
ma'am. Dr. Mackey, you started without you.
I'm glad you did, sir. I appreciate that very much. Well, our second update is on OSI, School Improvement, and Melissa Shields, who leads that work, is with us. That, you know, that's under, oh, here he is. I saw Ms. Roller come in, Terry Roller, Assistant Superintendent. I don't know if you wanted to sit over there with her. That'd be great. And School Improvement, some of this, well, I'm going to let her jump into it, but we did an update at the retreat, but we've got even some more updates. We've been able to hire some more people and get some more positions approved. So we have a question about discussing that. And Dr. Shields is the best, so better that I let her talk than talk for her. I'm going to slip out and get a cup of coffee because I apologize. I can't even run down the hall, and I'll be right back.
Thank you, Dr. Mackey. Well, first, I just want to thank you always for being such a fierce advocate for our work. We know that our difference is our destiny, and I've appreciated the opportunity to be fearless in our pursuit of that. We have had some exciting preliminary data we're looking at. Our team is growing, and Dr. Reynolds, I first and foremost want to thank you for your service. I really appreciated us being able to have that opportunity to reach out and celebrate our folks who have served in many branches. A few things I wanted to share because there were some residual questions from when we had that last, and so I made myself a note of some of the questions that we didn't get to address. But certainly I thought, let me just start with where we have been and where we are going. So if you will look at the, this is a org chart of sorts. So our current structure, of course, is myself with 5 administrators. Each of these administrators serve an area of the state, and then they coordinate that work with specialists, leadership coaches, and secondary literacy coaches. So there are 10 of us full-time staff, and then roughly 14 or so retired state employees that serve as principal coaches and secondary literacy coaches. Through the work with the Governor's Turnaround Schools and also through PCG's recommendation, we are continuing to grow. So the chart you see on the right is our efforts to continue to grow our work. I am really excited. I know Dr. Mackey and I had a conversation about this a couple weeks ago. As we look at ACT and ACAP, we know that it is really the trifecta of English language arts because we're looking at English language arts, we're looking at reading, and we're looking at writing. On ACAP, we're also looking at listening. And so as we know those pieces come together to create that ELA score, we feel like it was really important to provide content literacy supports for grades 4 through 8. So I'm hiring 4 content literacy specialists to serve in these schools in this area to have really rich conversations with our social studies or science teacher in connection with AMSTI, OMI, on what does that look like for students to listen, to use text evidence with historical text, with science text, and also provide justification and argument to those things. I think in terms of writing, a lot of our students have been more focused on what did you do last summer, you know, and we really want it to be more in tune with the complex text that we know that they're going to experience and how we're going to build stamina. I would also add to that, that is really creating a pipeline for our 912 students because ACT also now includes writing as well. Anything you want to add to that?
Before you go on, greetings, Mr. Chairman. If you look on your sheet, you'll also notice too that you'll see specialists for data, math, literacy, special ed coaches, so on and so forth. It's important that we have these folks represented from our side too, because we will coordinate the efforts between all of our AMSTI, ARI, et cetera, but also have our own folks that go in so that we can be very intentional and specific with our focus as we're working with these schools to move the data. Mr. Chairman.
When we go into schools, and Mr. Roller, I think now it's kind of become our war cry that our job is to truly be a blessing in these schools. Because we know with every district, there's a story in every school that is different, and our job is to provide direct supports, and if we do not have the skill sets, then we connect with the cadre of community and external and also state supports to make sure that we serve as gap standards in that way. Just to give some context, because I am not in the building every day, and I do not see my colleagues when I'm getting my morning coffee. I am barreling down, an interstate or a small rural road along with my team, and so I wanted to give some language to really provide context to the work we do. Our office is certainly boots on the ground. We do not go in with checklists. Have you done this? Have you done this? Have you done this? We know that is an instant way to create resistance and frustration. We know our teachers are the masters of their content, and we really want to celebrate that. And we want to give our principals and superintendents the autonomy to make really good decisions for their students. While surprise, we support every school. So any district in the state requests through a support log request form we have, Dr. Shields, we need support with teachers looking at data in a certain way. We need help with attendance, chronic absence, mental health. So we do not deny any requests that come to our office. So we serve the highest performing schools and we serve those that are on specific lists. But I'll tell you the beauty of that, it really builds our muscle to spend time with all schools so that we can celebrate and share the stories that we're seeing across the state. So while no request is denied, I wanted to be really clear that everything we do is very differentiated for every school. The first thing we do is we start with the superintendent for what is your vision, what is your strategic plan, because we don't want to do anything that contradicts the work that the district is doing. So we start with that, their plan, and of course their CIPs. But we coordinate with all offices in the State Department. So we're really excited that, even though I'm a little salty that Dr. Anderson has left my team, but we are really excited to do this work together. She is going to be fabulous in that role, and we already have some really exciting preliminary plans ahead. We also work with community partners. Just yesterday, I spoke with the Committee of 100 in Central Alabama, with mental health, with the Crisis Center, with one of our mental health coordinators, with Children's of Alabama, their mental health crisis center, talking about how we can support the needs of mental health, and not just to our students, but also their parents and their grandparents. We currently, and all of this is what we have right now, so we currently have 60 schools that we have been supporting that have been identified as comprehensive support and improvement schools. I think the last time I spoke to you, when they were first identified, that very first year, 88% of our students improved on the report card. We were really excited with that data. Many of those in excess of 10, 127 points. So in 2020, we were really excited about the momentum that we had gained, and I just want to echo what Dr. Wow. Thank you.
Not the first time she's had the lights go off.
I know there's a joke there. Just like Dr. Mackey mentioned, when we look at this NAEP data, and my daughter is a 6th year elementary teacher, she just moved to 3rd grade. I want to say, well, when I look at these NAEP scores, what I see is the grit and resilience of Alabama teachers. That I remember I accidentally texted Dr. Mackey in the early days. I was texting another Eric, and we instantly pivoted from reading and math supports to food disparities. And we were trying to work with food banks to how can we make sure our students have access to hot meals, nutrition, and that is how our office rolls. Where are those areas that we know we need to immediately pivot? We certainly help the schools create their continuous improvement plans. That is where we start. As someone as a district leader, I remember when someone gifted me the CIPs because I was an English teacher, and they said, you know, Ms. Shields, we'll get a sub, write the CIP. And so I did. It was beautiful. It went on a shelf, and I don't think we looked at it. With our work, that really becomes our critical piece. When whatever we put in those CIPs, those are our look-fors. So if you ever want to know what a school's doing, you ask for their CIP, and particularly for the school we're working with, that is something we have on us. We really provide accountability for ourselves and progress monitoring for the schools. With our CSI schools, per ESSA, we really focus in on those accountability areas. So we're looking, of course, at chronic absence, graduation rates, CCR, achievement. So what my office does, every single time we are in a school, we are reporting out which one of those indicators did we address today. And that helps me know and report. I know several of you have provided reports in the past. I'm able to say at this specific school, we provided 60% of our support in the area of multilingual learners. We do conduct instructional audits, which is a fabulous process. We're really proud of that. When we finish an audit, we don't just say, here's the report. We give critical next steps, we calendar it, and then we come back to make sure that we serve as thought partners or accountability partners, however you would like to look at that. Our transformation academies have, I think we've almost saturated the state. This is an opportunity. It is a 90-day turnaround for principals who want to be part of this process. And we had done it for a number of years, and some superintendents and district folks said, hey, Dr. Shields, we need that. We need a vulnerable place to be able to come together and vet and vent and think through how we're spending money and how we're supporting. So 2 years ago, the very first year of the pandemic, I started a district transformation academy. I think we've had in excess of 130 district. We have, I think, 70 participating right now, from the top of the state to the bottom. It's wonderful, and you are all welcome to attend anytime. But the work is around an essential question. What is it we need to do? And then we put superintendents and district folks in rooms to really think through that. We provide strategic support and training. I do not hire quickly. I'm very thoughtful about those that come to our team because it has to be someone that you would want sitting across the table giving you support. You want to know that someone who's been there and done that and worked with students like yours and understands the demands that you're facing. And outside of that, we certainly look at the money. There's a lot of money in some of these schools, and it's very easy to go to a conference and say, you know, that looks good. But you always got to remember this is going to fall on the shoulders of our teachers. And so in our work, one of our mantras is we do not need to do more in education. We need to do less with greater focus. And that is something I think in our office we find to be the most impactful because as we shared earlier in the previous meeting, if you're trying to do everything at a school, then you're not doing anything. In terms of our additional targeted support schools and our targeted support and improvement schools, there are over 500 identified groups. These are identified through students with disabilities, Hispanic, Latino, students with limited English proficiency, economically disadvantaged, and African American. These are schools that there's a disparity of achievement with this subgroup. So we provide Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports, if you will, for these schools that are trying to close those gaps. We also coordinate with special ed, ESL folks at the department to make sure that the supports that we're providing are vetted and researched. DeLee Chambers and I are planning some exciting things right now that I hope to share at a later date. Everything we do, we put on our YouTube channel. That was something I was like, but you know what? When we see, I was just called a couple weeks ago. I spoke, I worked with 200 Illinois teachers because someone had seen a tweet and said, we want you to do what you're doing in Alabama with Illinois teachers. And so I met from 6 to 7 with 200 plus Illinois teachers sharing how do you support kids who are struggling with classroom management behaviors, de-escalation behaviors. So it's through our work with YouTube, we know that makes it a Tier 1 opportunity that any school can go back and see the work that we have. We post the resources, we post the slides, and of course we provide support upon request. Because there are so many ATSI schools, and there are 10 of us, that is when I'm going to go back to, that is why we prioritize supports that we do. So with a large group like that, we often do statewide opportunities, and then we post it, and then we say, if you need more information, call us and we'll come to you. Everyone on the staff, I have never worked with a group of folks that I have to tell them to stop working. They are the hardest, most dedicated, servant-hearted leaders in the state. They are absolutely incredible. And I wanted you to see their faces. I wanted you to know where they are and where they live. And you can see, you know, that I'm looking on the southeast side of the state, and I see, okay, that's an area we really need more people. But as I mentioned, we have a number of identified schools, so to give some clarity to that, the way we prioritize, because of our staffing, is we start with those 60 CSI schools. Now that we are working with the governor's schools, they kind of go hand in hand. And then we provide supports to our ATSI, our TSI, and our failing schools. So I know you're thinking, we get asked all the time, like, how do you do that? And I don't know. I just know that we do. And I know they do an incredible job. I think it's because we are so strategic about our structure and to make sure that every single response is addressed. And then I progress monitor to make sure any request that comes in, are we good with them? Are they good? Can we close this out and move on to another district? I did pull some math for you, and we are roughly spending about 700 hours of face-to-face and virtual support in these schools. That does not include travel, which is extensive. Yeah, a lot of folks don't realize we leave the house, you know, before the crack of dawn because we have an 8 o'clock meeting, and this school might be a very remote school. I would add to that, when I started this work, I really found pockets in our state where it might be one district with one failing school. And that district needs just as much support as a district that has a large number of failing schools. So it really convicted me to make sure that I have folks around the state who are accessible to these remote schools and can provide direct supports. These were just hyperlinks to just a sampling of sorts of some of the things that we have done in the last couple of years. These are all presentations, recordings, but I thought it might give you some depth as to the types of support our office provides. You will see certainly with we do a lot of work with data, and we've been very excited to share the PARCA data, the NAEP data, and when we share this with teachers, I'm just going to tell you, they say, do I have access to this data? Absolutely. So we've created a website with teacher-friendly data resources so the teachers can go in and pull up this amazing PARCA data that we have, the data that AL.com has shared, the NAEP data. We have found this to be a really great place to show teachers you have control, and you can also progress monitor your own data. We do a lot of work with RTI. There was a question about intervention before. That's your secret sauce. We go into these schools to determine what interventions are needed. A lot of times folks are going to say it's reading and math, but sometimes it's attendance. If the students aren't there, I was working with a district not too long ago that, you know, there's a housing community very near the school. And when we plugged all the attendance in on this Google Analytic, and everything lights up to show you where you have your students chronically absent. These students lived right next to the school, but they had to walk under a tunnel to get to school. Well, when it rained, the light went out and they had to walk through water. So the kids did not come to school. So we talk a lot about root cause analysis in our work. So when we got with community partners to determine why is a school that lives so close, these kids live so close, but yet they are absent more than their counterparts that live further away, it was a matter of getting with the community to say who's going to fix this light bulb and who's going to fill in these holes. And they did, and guess what happened? That's right. So sometimes you see just data, but we often look under the water to see there's so many pieces to that.
Before you go here, I like to use this sampler to kind of draw a picture of what the support looks like. So if you look down at the bottom, it says using funding for supporting school improvement, district support of school improvement, RTI, and you kind of see those things. You may say they're not really connected, but when you look at the school improvement plan and you're looking at the ASIP and you're wondering how does that guide the work that Melissa and the team does, you may come in and say, we looked at our RTI data, but we didn't have it linked properly to our ASIP. They'll go back and support the modifying of the ASIP. But then you'll come in and you say, our data tells us that we need to have some sort of intervention during the day to support our students in this area. So we want to schedule an intervention during the day, but we don't know how to do that because we don't know how to make a schedule. So then it goes from ASIP to data to RTI to make it a schedule to actually putting the schedule in and showing them how to do it in Power School. So you may come in with a very specific focus of just math and reading, but as you work your way through this sampler, you'll see that we end up supporting you in other things that support the other things that you wanted. So it could be a myriad of things that we're working on, but it starts off very simple with we need to look at our data, and it turns into building schedules. Melissa?
Absolutely. You're making me think of a district working with in North Alabama who's had some concerning math and reading achievement data. And so we did an instructional audit at the school per the request of the superintendent. And within, I think, 2 hours of being there, we figured out these kids weren't getting to school until 8:30 because the buses were late. So they were only, this was a high school, they were only getting 20 minutes of their first block. So instantly we're like, we got a bus problem and we got a scheduling problem. So thank you. That is, and as a former district leader, many times I just like, give me a template. Give me an idea and I will make it my own. So many times we're just saying, hey, have you considered this? I shared a little bit about the Transformation Academy, so I'll just kind of gloss through that, but I wanted you to know that we have 3 Transformation Academies. This year, for the first year ever, we're adding a Culture Shift Transformation Academy, which is really focused on the community supports. And in this particular Transformation Academy, parents from the community will be involved. So we are really, really excited about that, and I hope to be able to share the impact of that next time. These are all hyperlinks. I'm a teacher, so you know I've got to put like arrows to let you know to click on it, but this is what really cements our work. I attended just a couple weeks ago a CCSSO national training about how we're going to prepare for the new CSI schools. And I was so pleased because the entire presentation was around the 4 domains, which is how we cement our work. So I found that affirming, but I wanted you to have access to that document as well.
Which means the nation's best practices and industry standards are saying we need to move in the direction that we're already moving in.
And you know, if you look at the bold-faced words, isn't this what we're trying to do in every district? Provide turnaround leadership, talent development, instructional transformation, and culture shift. So everything we do, even my team, this is how we report out. How does it fall into those areas? How does it fall into the accountability structure? This is something that will be released when our new CSI and ATSI schools are announced. We've wanted to have on the ready. These are the expectations. So if you're an ATSI school, this is what's expected of the district, of the school, and this is what we will provide. So when schools are identified, they will instantly know this is what that's going to look like. Of course, we spend a lot more time with our CSI schools because they receive considerable funding, and there are very specific structures and actions that have to take place per student. This may be a discussion for another time, but I certainly wanted to address the Turnaround School Initiative that we took on, I think, 2.5 weeks ago, and we have hit the ground running. We were already working in 10 of these schools and know them very, very well, so for us, this has not been a hard lift. However, we want to be more strategic, as I understand it. The impetus of this initiative is that it is full service. These are wraparound community supports. And we'll be coordinating with, we got a meeting next week with the Department of Mental Health, Early Childhood, and DHR. Very excited about that. And then we're also having some awesome sidebar conversations with the arts community. We did that today. How can we bring in the arts community into these schools, which we know triggers better attendance and creativity. I'm working with another organization that has, it's called Community in Schools. So we're in an exploratory phase right now to figure out what that could look like, and I'm really excited to share the results of that when it all comes together. I wanted to have a similar structure for the turnaround schools, so there is a document. I shared this with all of the turnaround school superintendents and their district teams last week to let them know this is what the monthly calendar of support will look like. These are year one critical activities. This is also hyperlinked, and you will see it has the rollout of what the transition from before to now in terms of the turnaround schools. Just some early actions with them. We are already pulling much data to look at not just the academic, because I mentioned you got to look at discipline data, you got to look at attendance data, you got to look at teacher retention data. So we're looking at all the data. I'm deploying staff to these schools already so that there was no gap of support. We are reviewing their continuous improvement plans because some of these schools we have not worked very closely with. And then that bullet recruiting and hiring accomplished teachers, that is where I am now, and I've already hired 2 or 3 that are absolutely amazing. So I'm really excited for them to get started. We had our first onboarding session with the superintendents last week, and now that we heard some of their concerns and questions, we felt like we needed to calibrate with the districts first, the district leaders first, and then now we're going to pull in the principals and their team to be able to pull it all together in a way that seems quite seamless. We are also organizing instructional audits at these schools that we have not already conducted audits, because there are a number of those we have not been in many times, and so we really want to get to know their story.
May I ask one question?
Please.
When you go to a turnaround school or a school under improvement, and say that you give them what they need and they turn themselves around and being successful, do you do a backup, sort of like a support for the next year or 2 to make sure they don't slide?
That is a great question, and I think the term I often use is we start to have a lighter touch, because what we really want to do is build sustainability, so that gradual release model, even as we have CSI schools that may come off. You know, we're already making plans for that. We don't want to say, we've enjoyed our time together, call us if you need us. Yeah. We want them to know you've got us, so we have a sustainability model that will provide supports to them. But we do not exit.
Right, okay. So that sometimes once you've been released, then you're sort of like, you don't want them to know that you might be going back down the slippery slope, so that they know that the availability of that hand holding, for lack of a better word, is still there over a period of time.
Absolutely. I'm thinking of a superintendent, but we were this summer, and her district was not on the CSI list this time. It had been on the priority list, and we still worked very closely with her, and she took Mr. Roller out in the hall, and she was like, I forgot what she said, well, I couldn't do this work without OSI. Just as thought partners. You know, we're not there day to day, we're not there month to month, but she knows if she needs us, we're there to answer the call. Yes, ma'am.
So the District Transformation Academy focuses on those domains, because what we're trying to do is build capacity in the staff that's there. Correct. So that they can continue to lead the work and we provide the support. So as we're transitioning out, we're still touching them as they're doing their work in the district level.
What always worries me is that the school that you leave might not be the same school in the next year or 2. There's a lot of movement. There's principals being either promoted or teachers moving. So that's where I become worried.
Yeah, and I think we really hit that hard in our retreat meeting, because that is something our office, and anytime I onboard new staff, I tell them you can have the best year, you see the data moving in the right place, and then the next year you have a different leader, you have new staff, and there is a lot of, but that is what we have to do. We have to reboot and provide sustainable, because our job isn't just about providing capacity. We're really about creating succession. So we really want to provide opportunities that long after we're gone, there are structures in place, even if the people leave.
Thank you.
And that comes from the district level as well. That's why we coordinate with the district. I thought you might be interested in, and I need to get Charles to help me with this, but I think it would be really interesting if you look at the map on the left, these are districts that have CSI schools. So there are 60 schools. Those stars indicate districts now, not schools, but districts. So you see in Jefferson County, you see Bessemer, Jefferson County, and Birmingham City. Those are the 3 districts identified, represented. On the right, you see the 15 turnaround schools that have been identified through the governor's office. So you certainly see a concentration of areas where we know I'm going to have to put more staff, But I also want you to see there are areas of the state that don't have a lot of representation and also deserve the same amount of supports and access to us as the rest of the state. It is interesting if you look that it really follows that west to east Black Belt area, and so we're focused on providing more support in those schools as well. And many of these are small districts with 3 or 4 schools and their district staff, and I know some of you come from different levels, and they call out a duty and you're like, I do that, I do that, I do that. So we know they can't come to as many meetings as their larger counterparts because they're the special ed director, they're the curriculum director, so we go to them to make sure we backfill any information they may have missed.
I'm sorry, I have another question. The 15 turnaround that you got from the governor, so because of the notice that we got that you felt that the State Department could absorb that, but with that, that's 15 more schools. So with that, of course, I don't believe that they're the same school. It's not like you go, oh boy, that's one of the schools we already have. So
I think she said 10 of them.
10 of them, you said 10 of them were?
Yes,
I didn't hear that.
And I have a question in line with that, but I was going to wait till the end. So you all going, I just wait till the end. I have several questions.
Okay. Well, really, this is a good time to ask because this is my philosophy. What is that saying? If you keep doing the same thing and expect, something to be different,
Keep doing
the rest of that.
What you've always done, you'll always get what you've always gotten.
And so with this work, I really want to think about how things we've never done before. We have funding. We have folks like you who are very supportive of innovation and fearlessness. And so we really provided a call of action to these 15 schools and any other school we serve. If we want something we've never had, then we need to do something we've never done. And that is where we are as our team, as we're continuing to grow. I try to keep a lot of stasis on the team to make sure that it can be overwhelming. You see our staff and you see the number of schools we serve. So I'm very protective of them so that they get home to their children and have supper with them, but still we're able to connect with these schools. So yes, please, questions.
Okay, all right. First of all, let me applaud your area. It's obvious that you all are working and making a difference. But my question lends itself to, from the presentation, right now you're dealing with 60 comprehensive support schools.
Yes, ma'am.
And then about 500 more that need support, the ATSI and the TSI. And these are the ones that you're already working with at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
We got an email on last week about failing schools, and there were about 79 on that. So I'm thinking that's an addition to those.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I understand that. So what is the differentiation then between, I understand CSI, ATSI, and how you're targeting, I understand failing. Those schools in comparison to turnaround, what is it that differentiates that category from CSI and all of that? Once you answer that, then I'll tell you where I'm going in reference to what you say. If you keep on doing what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always gotten.
That's right.
So tell me the differentiation then between CSI, AT, SI, TSI. So 60 plus 500, that's 560. Then we ended up having 79 that were on the failing schools list. So that's a little over 600. And then now we look at the fact that you've been given 15 additional turnaround schools to go with that list, which then puts you close to 700. And I heard you say that you all are there to support. Well, I guess my concern is oftentimes everybody in a district in a leadership role does not have the background to understand what is needed. You know, I know you were saying you all put the data out there for the teachers to understand. Everyone does not understand how to read data. So I guess my concern is if we're talking about turning around, and I understand that the governor had those schools listed because some of them are mine, they've been on there for many, many years, as well as some of those that are on that 79 list for many, many years. So to go in and say, here's a needs assessment, tell us what you want. Some people don't know what to ask for what they want. So I'm like you. If some of these turn around, of the 15, the 10 we've been working with all of these years, and we have not turned around, how are we going to turn around now? and you may not have the answer.
I appreciate that.
Because I'm looking at what you're saying. You know, you all are adding staff.
Yes,
I understand that. But I mean, you know, one person can't do everything. 3 more people, when you talk about close to 700 schools that need targeted support, you're saying you all can't be there every day. I understand that. But somebody needs to be somewhere if no one doesn't know what to do.
Absolutely.
And we will continue to get the same results, because if 10 of these 15 we've been working with, we'll continue to do the same thing, just with a different name, maybe a different flavor, and on a different page.
I appreciate that. And we had similar questions. I think when we were first asked to take on the governor's school,
Yes.
I wanted to know how are the schools chosen, because we did have some
Well,
superintendents.
do you all have a definition of turnaround? Because I understand failing, I understand comprehensive support, I understand targeted support. What is turnaround?
So when we pulled this list together, it was consistently, chronically low performing across several assessments, across several years.
So even though we're saying we're going to bring in wraparound services, which we know is very important after COVID, mental health and all, but what you looked at was the academic data, because they're chronically on this list. So if we're dealing, Dr. Mackey, with 10 of the 15 that have chronically been on the list, and we're going to turn them around, we've been turning them around for years. I don't know if this is the direction. And, you know, like I said last night at the board advocacy meeting, this is just one woman's opinion, because you all are stretched so far. And if you came into my district when I was superintendent, I could tell you this is what I needed, because I have been a teacher. I have been an assistant principal, a principal, and all of those things. But everybody can't do that. So you're dealing with people that are leading. They have some of the skills and the competencies, but they don't understand the analyzation of the data.
So I can tell you a couple things that are different right off the top. So you have a commitment from 3 additional agencies that are partnering with them. So you have early childhood, you have DHR, you have mental health.
And see, those are wraparound. But you told me that it was determined based on and that's important.
Correct.
That's very important. And I'm not trying to water that down, because that needs to be done. But the first thing it appears as to how they were identified was not the wraparound. It dealt with the academic of being on that list chronically for years.
I love that, but the pieces that teachers talk about the most and the parent engagement, involvement folks talk about the most is all of those things that you do in the classroom, the reading, the writing, and arithmetic, that's what gets you on the list. But it's all those other things that you can't even see, like the flooded tunnel with no light, that has you consistently absent, which makes you chronically absent, which puts you on the list. It's all of these other things that lead to you not even being at school to get the instruction of the high quality folks that go through. So it's other things that lead to the academic component as well.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly. However, when the message gets out that I'm failing and that I'm a turnaround school, that does not get out. And I mean, I'm not trying to blame anyone, but I'm saying I'm applauding your efforts.
No, I appreciate it.
However, I'm just concerned that in 3 years, we're going to be still turning around these same schools that we've been turning around for years, because we don't have, and I know you brought in 3 people, that's great, but for close to 700, and then you say targeted, everybody doesn't know what to target. So we're going to continue to find ourselves, I feel, where we are.
Let me be clear.
Gonna bring in the
if I could be clear.
Now, if she goes out there, I know we'll turn around.
Well,
and I'm out there. I just want you to know this is my team, and I support
You'll visit
them.
me at some places.
I'm very deliberate about the work. I want to start by saying we're in the process today, and Dr. Mackey was going to get to that with our next bullet. We will be re-identifying our CSI schools as well as our ATSI schools. I can say this, the numbers are nowhere near what those numbers are.
But they're in the hundreds, so I'm sure that 600, 500 has not gone down to 20.
No, it hadn't gone down to 20, but it's nowhere near that number. But let's back up a little bit with the governor's turnaround schools. When you look at the model from the organization chart that Melissa shared, if you looked down at the bottom, when we picked up those 15 schools to be supported by OSI, we immediately went over to state personnel with a capacity concern. And based on Dr. Mackey and Dr. Payne going and having those conversations with them, they immediately identified individuals to support that. So that's a new leg, should I say, of the work of OSI.
Right,
So,
and those are the 3 people you talked
So
about.
far.
That's so far. She's
Yes.
still hiring.
Yes.
You have an administrator that's going to
I saw
lead
that.
that work, and then branched
Principal
off from
coach,
there,
I saw
you will
that.
have even specialists, not just your principal coaches.
Yeah,
It will be
I think
specialists.
especially because I understand that's an area that we don't really have a lot of people in
Right.
right now that we need more
Exactly.
people.
Exactly. So that leg is not going to be, those 15 schools are not just going to be absorbed by the current OSI team leads. Melissa will organize that work for them, but not necessarily, this team will not be doing that work. It will be in collaboration with them. So that lift, we're trying to keep it there to make certain this is in addition to. I heard you say they've been doing it for a while, they've been on the list for a while.
Well,
So
no, that's
is
what
it?
Mr. Roller said,
Okay.
that
Well,
they were
Mr. Roller
identified
said.
because they had chronically
Yes.
been on this list for a while.
Yes.
That was his definition,
Yes.
not mine. I'm just trying to understand.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And I want to, if I may, I want to let them, they know all the real details, but I do want to mention a couple of things on the numbers. So one, those schools on the bottom 6%, of course, they're identified differently under state law. All of them are either a CSI or ATSI school.
Okay.
So they are not additional, they're on there. And of the 15 turnaround schools, all of them are either CSI or ATSI.
She said 10 of the 15.
Or
CSI.
CSI, but the other 5 are ATSI. So they're all on one of those 2 lists.
Okay, let me say this to correct myself. No, what I understood was 10 of the 15 had been worked with, or were being worked with. I didn't know how they were being classified.
There's 6, this comprehensive
I didn't
school
know.
improvement.
Okay, I didn't
The
know.
other 5 are targeted school
Target,
improvement.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna just wave, wave sometimes. Do y'all not? You're gonna see these in a little bit.
Is that what you sent out?
They are, no, these will be new,
Okay.
but when we identify new CSI and ATSI schools, the work we've done with districts, there are 9 pages of schools. I can't let the public
But
see
that's
it,
why I applaud.
that are gonna be removed.
Yeah, and I applaud the efforts.
Removed from what?
From the
And this-
ATSI or CSI list, they are gonna be removed. Now, there are gonna be 6 pages of new ones, because the federal law said it's a percentage, there's always a percentage, but we are removing a third more than are being re-identified. And
That's
so,
great.
so there is, I mean, I know y'all all realize the great work Dr.
Oh,
Shields
yes, that's
team's
why I
doing.
applauded them before I started asking
Yeah,
questions.
absolutely, it's moving in the right direction, but there will always be schools on that list, because by law, it's a percentage that have to be on there. The CSI, remember, are comprehensive school improvement, so that's overall. Look at their total report cards. The ATSI are specific interventions, so they may have made it. They're not on CSI, but maybe their special ed population didn't make it, or their free and reduced population. So they have a population that would have put them into comprehensive school improvement, but their overall student population is not there. And that's why they're ATSI, and sometimes they may have a couple, but in some cases it's just one, like in one grade, one subgroup got them on that list, which is why that list can be hundreds of schools. That's, of course, a federal definition, because there are a lot of schools that may have, I mean, overall, they've got a B. They look great. Or we've got schools that are A's, but they're still on the ATSI list because they have maybe a subgroup of special ed in 5th grade. And sometimes what we find, not in all of them, but they may have their countywide unit at that school. And so because they're countywide units at that school, it makes the school, there's no way the school can ever really get off that list, because they have a very special population there. We work with them still, but they're, it's a different, many of the schools on ATSI, the TSI list, are on there for a very different reason. And so, anyway, but just to know that, the numbers, they've got the real work, but I do want you to know that I mean, it just looks, it feels good and looks good to see 2 reports and to see many more schools coming off than going on. The CSI will always be a similar-ish number because it's a percentage. ATSI in theory, we don't have to have any ATSI schools. We'll always have CSI. We'll always have the lowest 6% under state law. Well, I hope we don't always have it, because I hope that goes away. I've been calling for the repeal of that for many years, and I hope it gets repealed. But the ATSI, technically, we don't have to have, because if all their subgroups, if all their subgroups made it, then they wouldn't be there. So we see that list declining. So,
if I could just, I wanted to just revisit that question because, Dr. Mackey, thank you.
Thank you. That's
one of the complaints that superintendents will say is, Melissa, we came up, but there's always going to be a bottom 6%. And so I want to be really intentional about that, because we celebrate growth, and we find, you're talking about a school that's on this, it's a kick in the gut. It's demoralizing. And our team goes in to say, here's what we know. If I know I can move kids, I'm going to move them. If these kids know they can be moved, they're going to move. So really changing the mindset of community. But as you mentioned before, the turnaround schools, which I can't speak to the identification of them.
Well, he identified them. He said,
well, I want to be really clear. Even we've had some superintendents who say, well, Melissa, this school scored lower than this school, and why is this school not? And what we said when we met with the superintendents last week is, you were chosen because this is your testimony. In 3 or 4 or 5 years, you were chosen because people want to see what did you do and how can they replicate it in part or in whole. Yes, you have been on multiple lists, and it may be for the reasons we talked about, moving principals, teachers not staying in place, or being certified. So our job is, like I said before, with these schools, it's not about creating capacity, it's about creating sustainability and bringing in partners, which is something we have never done before, to be that intentional. They're receiving funding that does not have the same parameters that perhaps federal funding has. So we talked about being fearless. We've had some really exciting conversations about how can we bring teachers. I mean, we were talking the other, why are they going to move to this part of the state when the nearest Starbucks is an hour away? What can we do to incentivize the very best of us to come into the schools that need them the most? So I wanted to make sure I addressed your question about what is different, because these schools that we're talking about, they showed growth. They grew.
Okay.
But when you start looking at the metrics, and thank you, Dr. Mackey, all of these schools, your failing, your CSI, and your turnaround, just like those maps, if you put them on top of each other, you're going to see that they are all falling on top of one another, and it's not going to be the numbers of schools. And to reiterate, the ATSI schools, as I mentioned, we provide Tier 1 supports to them. And we know Tier 1 means we do webinars, we put resources out there, but I do not have staff assigned to these schools. They are there as a response system. Think of it as an emergency room, if you will. Like, we have this need, can you come support?
Melissa, add this piece as well. Part of the difference, Dr. Richardson, when you think of your CSI schools, your ATSI schools, and your TSI schools, think of our ESSA plan and those six indicators using a formula to calculate weighted data in order to get an end score. Whereas when you're looking at your governor's turnaround schools, you're looking at raw data. Now this is individual kidlet data, let's see exactly what's going on, and then do a needs assessment to look at all of those impact, the things that are impacting the students. But Melissa's group, one of their priorities in going into the CSIs, ATSIs, and TSIs is that you must address all 6 of the indicators. If it's a high school, you're going to address all 6 of the indicators. If it's an elementary school, you're going to just deal with growth, achievement, and maybe PELP or your chronic absenteeism, just those. Those are your primary things that we have to deal with based on our ESSA plan. But with your governor's turnaround schools, it's anything. It's whatever you see that's needed in that school, you're able to help build capacity and work with that school in order to get those resources they need in order to improve teaching and learning for our kids.
And really for sustainability.
Yes, and that's the big piece. That's the big piece. And also working with them, that's why it was so important that we go over to state personnel and get the right people that can internalize that work to work with those 15 schools, because we need to make certain that the schools understand what those barriers are and how we got to where we are and have a commitment for funding and moving forward, that while you're going to sustain this improvement, you got to keep first things first.
So when you say state personnel, you went to tell them what you needed, like an administrator, or
Yes.
is that when you got the names of the people?
We went and told them what we needed, the positions.
The
Melissa,
positions, that's what I was trying to
right,
understand.
Melissa is the person that is accepting all the
Determined.
applications
Right.
and screening them to make
Yeah.
certain they have the needs.
Okay.
And that's that bottom. If you look at that blue at the bottom,
Mhm.
across there where Melissa built that part out,
Right.
that is the add-on when you see
Mhm.
turnaround schools, ELA, you see
Yes.
turnaround
She
schools,
mentioned
each
that.
one of those, yes ma'am. That piece right there did not exist when you look at the current structure.
Mhm.
That's what we bid out in order to work with these 15 schools, because we understand that the current group is already stretched, especially off of our old model with the schools that we had that were identified as ATSI. But we are very thankful for the work that our teachers and our building leaders, as well as our central office individuals, have done across the state to be able to exit schools off of these various lists. But we know there's one list that's going to be the bottom 5% based on scores. There's another list that's going to be the bottom 6%. So it doesn't matter. The list will always be there. But what our goal is with school improvement is to let's go in and do, I guess I could say, a forensic evaluation to see what's causing this, so that we can help the building leaders and the central office staff understand the dynamics and be able to provide the necessary support and then sustain it. That's our big piece.
Dr.
Ms. West, let's
Richardson?
let Ms. West has been trying to
I'm
ask a
sorry.
question.
Oh, no, that's okay. And you know, I'm gonna put things very simply because this is a lot and it's very complicated. So it's obvious that your staff cannot do everything. And I'm going back to your CIPs, those are your continuous improvement plans. It's my understanding that these, I just want to reiterate so I know I'm on the right track, and you tell me if I'm not, those are living documents that are always evolving for that local school, the principal, the superintendent, and the local board.
That's right.
Needs to be aware that they've got a continuous improvement plan, that this is a living document. Even when they have a lot of turnover, that document needs to stay in place and needs to be moving that school forward, no matter who's present in the leadership. Okay, and so now a natural question for me is, if you can't be everywhere, do you see commonalities in these CIPs so that they can be duplicated in schools that may be at the 10%, the 20%? You know, I'm always worried. Yes, I want to move them up, but I worry a lot about our 10 to 40% group, you know, and how we take those next steps for them. And so do you see in the future your office growth being more about replication of what you've accomplished, so that principal to principal, they can coach each other? Superintendent to superintendent, they could take someone's CIP and help coach each other and replicate your work, possibly without your staff having to be there every day.
I love it, and that's where the Transformation Academy really grew, because that's where we found we put people in a room around questions, and then afterward they're all emailing each other, hey, you know, Dr. Smith, I need your CIP, I need. And we also provide structure. So you're talking about trends. So we look at all of these schools and we identify trends that we're seeing across the state. We did this pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, if we can call it that. We're looking at what are those things that we know we need to immediately triage. In terms of providing support to their CIP, absolutely. That is the model we like to put out there, that this is a good practice. We actually have 4 types of CIPs that we have shared. Like, here are 4 structures that we recommend. We use actually our strategic plan as one of them. You know, we look at what does Alabama's strategic plan look like? Well, if you can create a CIP, and a lot of superintendents say, well, if this is Dr. Mackey's plan for the state, then we want our CIP to look a lot like that. With the governor schools, they will have to create a CIP around those 4 domains for rapid school improvement. That's not something we've done before, but we thought if we know this is steeped in research and evidence, we want to make sure that those pieces that we're pulling together for the schools fall into that. Outside of that, that's why we've really leaned into virtual opportunities, because that gives us the time to put these folks into breakout rooms virtually. And we used to do it face to face. And I'm going to be really honest with you. When you're putting superintendents from the top of the state in a room with superintendents at the bottom of the state that logistics would prevent otherwise, it's an incredible thing to watch. And so we chose after the pandemic to continue these in virtual format, because we were able to bring so many people in a room together to vet ideas. But absolutely, that would certainly be a model that we
was
hope
thinking
to put in
future
place.
build out, because I know that there are, I'm gonna say just sort of middle of the road or maybe average performing, and those locals want to break out.
Sure.
And you may have a lot of great continuous improvement plans that it could have helped them duplicate the hard work that's been done in some districts, and you may not ever get to give them the attention because they're not on a failing list, or so anyway, thank you.
So
I
in the
just wanted to
summer,
make sure I understood.
At Mega, we do open sessions, multiple sessions on ASIP creation, how we can support you, current trends, best practices. So we host those sessions, and it's come on, come on. Then from that, it kind of explodes where we get requests for people, for us to come back in after Mega and try to build them before school starts. So those schools that may not be on the list are getting an initial overview and an opportunity to have guidance from us as we're developing in our summer sessions of Mega.
Ms. Bell, did you have a question?
I did actually, and it's sort of a statement, but I have to say that I agree with the concerns that have been expressed by Dr. Richardson and Mrs. Ziegler in particular. Having watched this process in different ways over the years, and you know, I've kind of been around and watched interventions and changes in law and changes in policy and changes in everything practically. And some work and some don't. And you take a chance probably every time you do. By the way, you look like Tyler Perry with your new glasses. To lighten up a bit. Am I the only one who's told you that? That's okay. I like his movies. But anyway, and the other thing about Starbucks, these areas would be dynamite for somebody who's a really good barista. If that's the only thing that would attract good teachers into the area, I may have to look into that. But anyway, this is extremely serious. And when we look at the numbers, is that, you're talking about 42? Is that the 10 roughly for the state? That's all we're talking about?
Well,
No.
and Megan,
that's just OSI. And I think we need to be very careful that we have regional staff that are placed all over the state. We held a great opportunity that Dr. Davis coordinated with about probably close to 400 regional
and that's why I asked the question, because I think
this is just the
in this
piece of
presentation, it's impressive to see that we have this many experts in one place working together. But I think we need to be clear as far as how large the team is, the expertise, and as they go into the various areas. And of course, it will transition with the requirements, because percentage at the bottom, but as we, I hate to always say at the bottom, but those who are struggling. And I have some concerns. I'd like to know more about it. Again, having seen so many attempts and so many failures, I have a lot of confidence, a great deal of confidence in the team that I'm looking at right now, and those that you have brought together. At the same time, I don't know enough about it to have a whole lot of confidence beyond those of you who are here today. But I appreciate the fact that you do have confidence. But having seen the struggles and having seen schools down in Mobile County, for example, that were working after intervention, a lot of intervention, and then you walk away because no one's there, and then it just sort of goes back to the same culture, and you're thinking, so we spent all of this time, the money is significant, but the time and the effort, and actually seeing some success, and then walking away, and it doesn't take very long.
Well, that goes back to that succession, comment, and thank you, Ms. Martin. I was about to bring that up as well. We coordinate with AMSTI, ARI, so while you see OSI, we do not do this work in silos. We coordinate with all 11 in-service centers, so we work very closely with the directors. We could not do this work without the in-service centers providing supports, materials, resources, but we also connect with the regional and soon to be OMI. So while we are one person, we are doing this work in tandem with the regional approach. We kind of look at it as hubs. So Dr. Garner next week is meeting with all of those that serve Birmingham schools from the state to have conversations. Let's look at the data. We've got some new lists. Where can we pivot? Outside of that, we're making sure that very specific needs are met. So we're looking at going into, you said something earlier, sometimes you don't know what you don't know. You've got...
No, because that was going to be my question. I think the regional piece is very important.
Yes.
But I was thinking, are they trained in turnaround leadership, talent development, instructional transformation, and culture shift? Are those people that you're saying can help you regionally, are they being trained in these 4 domains? Or are we just looking at their expertise in an area? Because I think even if I have expertise in math, it would be important for me, if this is going to be the focus, to understand these 4 domains.
And the experience, do they have the experience? Have they been able to do this? At least someone on the team,
Right.
do they have that experience?
And that's these folks that are placed in our field, our ARI specialists, our AMSTI directors and their specialists. That's what they do every day. And I wanted to be also intentional in saying at our CSI schools, because there are 60, I have a dedicated staff person for every one of those schools. So someone on my staff may have 5 or 6, but every single CSI school has 1 person. They are the only identified schools that have that. Everyone else gets supports based on request. So when we looked at the data, which of course was very promising, we look at what was it that made this school raise from a 57 to an 83 on the report card? What is it we did? So leaders don't just look at something when it goes wrong. You look at something when it goes right, and you ask yourself, how can I replicate it? So what we do is we look at the trends. What are the things that were working? Those things that are out of the locus of our control, teacher turnover, leadership turnover. There are some things that we have very little hands on in terms of providing direct impacts. But what we can do is, while this is going on, we have uncertified teachers or long-term subs. They need, what does classroom management look like? How are you building relationships with those students? That's where we start with them. A veteran teacher, that approach is going to look very different. So in terms of the work we do with the other agencies, we look at what are your skill sets, because I'm going to go back to the ER, metaphor. Our job is to go into a school and provide triage. What do we see? What are those SOS? What are the critical needs? And then we provide prescriptions, if you will, and we do wellness checks. And then we keep providing and changing the dosages of support based on how are they improving. And that goes back to how do we scale back? We certainly look at, okay, they've got sustainability structures. This district, on the other hand, has a brand new principal, a brand new assistant principal, new staff. How can we provide supports to really get this school started? So it's a lot of reevaluating every time we're in a new school.
Dr. Shields, I appreciate but Dr. Chestnut's been I'm trying to get every board member to have their bit of, and I know that everybody's passionate. Nobody's more passionate than Dr. Chestnut.
I have several questions. I don't know which one to ask first, but my question, you mentioned earlier that schools can choose to ask for support. What about that school that needs help and they're not asking for support? That's my first question. My second question is, like Dr. Richardson said earlier, we have schools that have been on this list for a long time. So if we have schools that have been on the list all of these years and we're providing the support that we are providing, is there something in place to see whether or not what we are doing is effective, whether or not the person you have assigned to do the task is effective. You know, because it's one thing, you can be successful in one setting, but if you've never worked in a setting or been in a situation where you've had to turn around a school, that's a horse of a different color. You understand what I'm saying? I guess I'm just real concerned, as Ms. Ziegler mentioned, you know, we'll go in, and then once we do our gradual release, we have high turnovers in a lot of those schools. Is there something in place to fill in those gaps? Because in your mind, you may be saying, well, we did this last year with this school district, but everybody in that district now is new.
That's right.
You know, and then how are we aligning our resources, financial resources? And I heard you talk about the wraparound services, and I love, you know, and I love what I'm hearing, but I've got a lot of questions and concerns about making sure that we are intentional in assuring that these practices are being effectively implemented. Because if you're sending me a coach or some type of support, and this person has been in this system for 3, 5, 7 years, and we're still struggling, then obviously we've got some concerns. It may not be your plan. It may be the person that you, do you hear what I'm saying, that you have assigned just can't take them to the next level. So do we have some system in place that will give us an indication of the effectiveness of the service we're providing? Are we providing a survey for school districts to say, you know, have we even asked, you know, how are our services? You know, because you can have one thought and the recipients of the support may have another thought. And so, you know, we're dealing with kids' lives that don't get a second chance. And so I know I probably asked you 15 questions.
No, I was trying to write them all down. I think I got, the first one I want to address, what happens when the schools don't ask? They're not on the CSI list, they're not on a failing school list. So what our team does, and we actually did that fairly recently over the summer, we looked at the data we did have access to, and we're like, hold up, we see that our CSI schools, our failing schools are really growing. But this school, that is a rural, maybe a school out in the black, we're not seeing the data move at all. That they're not one of the schools that I have staff assigned to. So then we deploy staff to this district to say, let's do a check-in, let's do a wellness check, see if do they know what services we provide. I'll speak about Dr. Burrows, and on the west side of the state, she coordinates with University of Alabama Regional In-Service Center, Dr. Holly Morgan, and she's created this beautiful black belt leadership, and it's focused on every month or every time they meet, they do something different. One time it's focused on special ed, one time it's focused on RTI. So what she's been able to do is pull districts that were not part of our direct support to be part of these conversations, because we do find that I still will go to district and say, how much do you charge? Will you come back? How much do I pay you? And I'm like, you get me for free. You get us for free. And so I still find it surprising when we work with districts that, not necessarily in the bottom 10 or 20% like you're talking about, but those that just did not realize that there were supports out there for them. So we look at the data to see, is this school, we're seeing the data decline, but this is not a school that we are directly supporting, so we bring them into the fold. In terms of being intentional, I keep going back to, there are some things we just don't have control over, and the changeover in terms of logistics, in terms of the location of schools, in terms of structures, leadership. So when we see that happening, we look at where are those teachers that we can directly support right now, because they're the ones that are in front of these kids every day. In terms of providing sustainability structures for the principals and leaders, that's where we develop these transformation academies, and I personally contact them and say, I really would like you to be a part of this. I think this would be a great opportunity for you. I know we've already rebooted with several of the turnaround schools that were not part of our existing structure.
And also, Dr. Chestnut, the OSI is not the one-stop shop for support, and I think that's the biggest piece that we one of the larger pieces we have to consider as well. If you remember, a few months ago, we had Sean and 2 of his team members to come and present our MTSS model and how we're rolling out support, multi-tier system of support to our schools and districts. That is a big piece, and that's why all of those regional individuals are able to come together with experts all across the department that are going into schools, providing what is necessary. And then we have other mechanisms that we put support in schools for its full support and limited support. And right now we're with the Literacy Act through ARI with Bunny and those groups that are being provided. And then starting next year, we're going to roll that same model out. We're getting regional coaches now for OMI, but we'll move to those building-based coaches starting next year for our OMI. That's going to pick up our early math. We're focusing on early reading right now. So let us remember that this is a piece of the puzzle. It's not the entire puzzle. Melissa's team started off being built because it was a federal requirement. The federal requirement was that we had to have that differentiated support in place to support those schools that were identified based on our ESSA plan. And then it required those CSI schools to be mandated to have that support, and then optional for ATSIs and TSIs. And we have now started growing it to a bigger model. We're trying to grow that out, putting extra staff in place to expand. Yes, we're pushing her at the seam, but we're making certain that we work with state personnel to let them realize that we're very intentional about the data that's coming from our students. College and career readiness, we voted today to make that a reality. We know we have to start early. So that's another reason we're building these teams out, to make certain we get the right people in place to grow. And Melissa's group is a part of the MTSS. So again, that's not a standalone that's sitting out here. This was our design for our federally supported schools, and now we're growing it, putting it to other areas. We also have our compliance document that we have that districts are able to ask for that TA in all of those different areas. And when we see that that has not been turned in, we're very intentional. That's led by Paul Gay. If that district is not turned it in, or if it's a new superintendent or new special ed coordinator, and there are 2 other areas, those are new CSFOs, those are triggers where they get automatic support. So there are other things that are sitting out there that make this a full circle, not just OSI. This is that piece that was sitting in the core because we operate using federal money, so we had to meet that requirement. But now we're pushing that out. We're pushing it from the core to blend in with our other models of support. And you're going to see it evolve. It's going to continually evolve as we're able to go over there and recruit additional staff to make it be more district-wide or statewide as opposed to federally required.
So am I hearing you say that your plan is to add additional personnel to provide the support? Because
every person they can give us.
When I look at, you know, what you're trying to accomplish is great. But when I look at the number of people to provide that support, it makes me nervous.
I totally understand. Okay. That's why I wanted to make certain, Dr. Chestnut, that we knew this was just not it. If you go to your map, Melissa, please, the map, side-by-side map. When we look at that side-by-side map and we talk about our CSI districts, where the OSI teams are already there because of those CSI schools, and this is the old schools. So when we look at that and we look over there at the governor's turnaround schools, Melissa may say her faces that she had before are right there, but Melissa did not have the faces that are already in the other places as well from the different sections. So there may be 4 other faces that are right there that you're not seeing. She's only given her OSI portion of it. You're not seeing who's there for ARI. You're not seeing who's there, who's going to be there with Karen's group. You're not seeing who's there with Christy and Kristen, with Shankles and Diller. So there are other faces that are connected to that work, and this is just that piece. And the goal is to make certain we mesh these things so that we can grow it out from the core to be our total statewide model, while we're meeting federal requirements, but also support districts and schools as a whole.
I guess I'm sitting here thinking about the recipients of the service. Because if we have all of these people coming in, this person, yes, this group is saying this group is saying this group is saying this. I'm just wondering. That's why I asked about a survey.
Well, she's written it down. We're not doing that, Dr. Chestnut.
And then to see if the service or the practices are effective. Not that the program or but it may be that we may have, and I don't know, I'm just asking, just thinking from the perspective of one that served in a small school district
right.
where I was the curriculum person and the federal programs person, blah, blah, blah. My wonder is that, what we are providing is awesome. But sometimes you can give someone something that's awesome, but their perception of what you're providing may be frustrating.
We're going to add that piece to our model, the survey of the districts that we're directly in, because right now what we have in order to evaluate the individuals is really our appraisal system. So we're using that, but hearing that voice of the recipients, she wrote that down. That will be a piece that we will add as an end of year kind of reflection. So we can start adding that piece because that piece is not there. We're relying on the state personnel's appraisal system.
Because that appraisal system probably does not reflect back to the achievement of students, does it?
Well, your R&Rs that are identified in there, for the individuals that are servicing schools, within their R&Rs, it has those deliverables in there. But you're looking at overall what you're doing. You're doing evaluations based on the PD that they're going in doing, but it's still not as valuable to me as a reflection instrument that we can build to give to the district and say submit back, and we can capture that on the different individuals and let that be part of the conversations in the actual end of year appraisal of the individuals. So that's a good piece, and I looked over at Melissa, I said I want that, so that would be awesome.
This might be my last question.
It's okay if it's not. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking now financially,
Mm-hmm.
federal programs, I'm thinking from a financial perspective, and I know we're saying we're providing this support, but let's say you have in the area, I see up there Jefferson County, I can't tell what that is down at the bottom, when you have a concentrated area with ongoing, continuous school systems or schools that are not making the mark, what are we doing to differentiate the support that they're getting? Because obviously what we're doing is not working. So is there another arm of support that we are providing, or it may be that we need to go in and see again, is it the actual program? Is it the personnel? What is it? How receptive are the people? There are so many variables, but we need to be just as intentional in making sure that what we're doing is working. I know you all are doing the work, and I appreciate it. It's obvious, However, there seems to be a gap in really identifying whether what you're doing is effective. But I'm hearing you say that you're getting ready to do that.
Yes.
Before you answer that, in line with that, Dr. Chestnut, though, you have to consider, are you talking about the CSI schools, the ATSI, the TSI, which is one category, or the turnaround? So your question should be twofold.
Yes. Well, the turnaround just started, and I guess that you just.
Well, no, they were already. Some of them were already on the turnaround.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the governor's turnaround. Right.
Yes.
That process, because we have merged them back into the support that we are providing the support at the state level. I guess my question is, which goes back to what Dr. Richardson said, how does that support differ from the other schools in OSI, all those other acronyms? How does that differ? Otherwise, all we did was just merge them in, and they're just part of the total group.
Ms. Martin mentioned the MTSS model, which we like to say that's how we operate, is pulling multiple pieces together. So there are many entities in these schools, but I want to go back to something you said. And having been a principal coach, I know you understand this. If there are so many people coming into a building, The principal is often like, I don't know
Exactly.
who I'm supposed to be hosting, you know, who I'm supposed to prioritize. So and coming from the district, I understand that as well. So we do something called like a resource audit. And I'm thinking of one school that has been on the list every single year that there has been a list. Mm-hmm. And we did a resource audit at the school to see how many people are in the school, not just State Department people. I'm talking about Better Basics, YMCA, Big Sister, Big Brother, you know, all these wonderful agencies. And we found that this school from a very large district had more external agencies in their school than any other school in the county by far. So that goes back to, if you've got so many people trying to provide supports, you can't be explicit in that support, particularly if those people aren't talking to one another. Mm-hmm. So the NTSS model that Ms. Martin was mentioning is, that's where we come together before we ever go to the school and say, all right, how can we map out a plan so that the principal doesn't feel like he's playing whack-a-mole, you know, every time someone new comes in the building, particularly in the schools that are under-resourced in terms of staffing. We find that to be critical. The other thing you mentioned about what's different, you know, what turns around in a turnaround. Of course, I've had 2 whole weeks to, you know, really think about what is this going to look like, and as I have been charged to do, what is different. I mean, that is that. If I could pick anything from this new turnaround model, what are we going to do different? How is this going to be differently supported? And with the turnaround model, what is different is, one, we're doing it through the research of the 4 domains. We are coordinating with those entities in a way we've not: mental health, early childhood, DHR, as well as others. And we've been given the freedom to connect with communities in a way we've not been able to do before. All that said, if any of these 15 schools also, when you list or announce whether they're CSI or failing, they will still be part of our, it's not like we're going to do additional things because you are a new failing school or a new CSI school. We're just going to continue providing support to them based on where are their gaps of support and how can we find folks, whether it's through OMI, through ARI, through the community, through we work with Helping Families Initiative, with attendance. Where are there other sources that we can provide supports? And there will be dedicated staff at these schools that will be assigned to them. And remember, that's very different from ATSI and failing schools, where that is more of a tier 2, tier 3 approach, where we provide statewide webinars, mega conference, of course, and other supports.
So, am I hearing you say, well, let me clarify something. The schools that were identified as the governor's turnaround schools,
Yes, ma'am.
are they not the same schools that prior to that assignment, weren't they also identified on the other list, or these are separate?
Not necessarily. Yeah.
I thought you said 10 of the 15 were on the list.
We're CSI schools.
CSI.
And actually,
getting targeted people who were dedicated to their schools, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So, in other words, they're not getting more now.
No, they will be getting more because we're going to be coordinating with these other offices. And I'm going to go back to that. You see the new staff that we're putting in place. So we're having content literacy, special ed. Oh, I went too far. There we go.
But I was under the impression the other ones were going to get those services also.
Anything that you see in that navy and that ink, that is specific for the Turnaround Initiative, as well as the coordinating we're doing with Dr. Anderson's OMI office. So I made sure that we represented the Numeracy Act as well. So everything on the left, the administrative assistant, I want someone to really lead the work looking at the data. As you can imagine, we're always looking at so much data. I want someone on the staff that is your job, is to completely focus on the academic, non-academic data in a way we've not ever been able to do before. Mm-hmm. The same thing with, we know in many of these schools in terms of special ed supports, what does our co-teaching, co-planning model look like? Mm-hmm. Are we pulling students out? How are we pushing them in? Looking at what we do for multilingual learners. So if that gives you more context, anything you're seeing in the ink-colored boxes are those things that are very specific to turnaround that, no ma'am, we have not done with the CSI schools today.
And remember, they will get additional funds because there is money. The legislature set aside money for this project. So some cases, and then you've met with superintendents, I've talked to all of them, but not in a formal meeting, but they will get, so some of them have said what we really need are special ed teachers, we need auxiliary teachers in the early grades, and so there is additional money for that. Now, part of that, of $10 million, obviously has to go to hire these folks, because we have to hire them too, but most of the money will go directly to those districts. And we also, there was about $5 million the legislature put into a fund to do a pilot project for auxiliary teachers. But the bill authorizing the auxiliary teachers did not pass. So we got the money, but no authorization bill. So we were able to get an agreement that we would use that money first, would go to these schools if they wanted to hire auxiliary teachers. And auxiliary teachers is, of course, not a new thing. We do that in pre-K already. Those are people that don't have to have a college degree, but they do have to agree to go back and be specially trained and working in early childhood, pre-K through 3. So a lot of superintendents, in fact, I've had multiple superintendents call and say, look, if the turnaround schools don't want all that money, we want it because we would like to use that pre-K model in our kindergarten. We'd like, or in K3. So that's another resource that they have available.
So auxiliary teachers are not teachers; they're paraprofessionals,
Right.
that are willing to go back to school.
Yes, ma'am. They have to have additional high school diploma, additional training, which they get through the community college system. That we've been doing that for years through the pre-K model. It's just expanding into K3, but they are not teachers, not certified teachers.
Now, I say we can't find any. I mean, we have a shortage.
Yeah, that's the whole point. In why we thought this could be successful. You go into some of those communities where they can't get certified teachers, but they can find somebody who has a high school diploma who's willing to complete the certification course, and we can put them in there. And then you have 2 adults, certified teacher, and this person who has I don't want to complicate the terms, they're not a certified teacher, but they do have a certificate, a credential in early childhood, and they can assist the teacher. And so that's another, especially in areas where you can't find teachers. Now, again, there's, y'all probably have heard, I mean, the superintendents are pushing really hard. They want to get these auxiliary teachers in all of the schools. So, but we only have $5 million, so we offered it first to these schools.
And the other piece of that, thank you, Dr. Mackey, when a couple superintendents, we had talked about the auxiliary teachers, which, yes, is something very different than we're doing in other schools, and there's allocated money just for auxiliary teachers. But the beauty of that is getting these teachers in place, and these districts will have an opportunity to onboard their own teachers as they're going to be coming into the field. So these are teachers that do not have certificates. Excuse me, these are folks working in our schools that do not have certificates, but certainly could. And so as we're talking about teacher retention, teacher recruitment, you're able to recruit, build a pipeline with your schools with these auxiliary teachers.
Why don't we call them something else like auxiliary personnel?
I'm sorry.
Well, we both started talking at the same time, I'm sorry. But I think that Jackie has a good point in the terminology, because
I'm going to recognize myself next, please. Because I let everybody talk. I want to say something.
You can say whatever you want.
Thank you, ma'am, for allowing me to do that. In a pragmatic approach, you used 2 anecdotal references, which, as a superintendent, I would have been embarrassed about. If you had a superintendent that didn't know when his children, students got to school, and that 30 minutes was keeping students from being instructed, I have a significant problem with that management level, because I think one of the philosophies that I believe in local control and local responsibilities. If you had another school that didn't know how to put a light bulb in a tunnel and that got flooded out for years, where's the coming out of the rain sense, to use a good old Southern reference?
Bingo.
And also, we keep talking about generational failures in schools, not just years, generational. And at some point in time, to use your medical analogy, you have a necrotic injury so that there's no blood flowing to your leg, and you have to amputate it. Much to the chagrin of the patient, you have to amputate it, because that's the only course of action going forward. At what point in time do you realize, or do we assert at the state level, you need to redistrict this school, you need to close this school, you need to restaff this school? Because it's nice to say we're going to assist you, but as a local superintendent, it was my responsibility to try to find the deficiencies. And there, as a trained manager, we had to reconfigure schools, we had to rezone schools, we had to close schools. We've got schools now that are so small in population, they can't adequately provide the scope of services. But we persist in funding them. I got a list by school district of what the population in grade 9 through 12 was. And it was somewhat amazing to me. And there are some school districts in my area who made the tough decision of closing schools. The community doesn't like it. We did that at Jackson County School. They had a school population of less than 150. And the superintendent said, what did I say? You got 3 years on your term, fire and get rid of them and face it up. But it seems pragmatically that if you're going to do all this improvement and you come to the conclusion that this leg is necrotic, this person is brain dead, that you need to do something about it. There's a school in my district, when I talked to the superintendent, she said, Dr. Reynolds, that person, they've been failing for generations, like you referenced. At some point in time, I said, well, why don't you close the school? Redistrict it. You've got money in all the funds. The culture of that school is such that it was not going to get better. And those children kept putting back in that toxic environment. That sometimes the only thing you can do is an amputation. Now, where in your advice, your intellectual understanding of reality, do you face the possibility of saying to the school, because we've got one, I was just telling, Sally was telling me there was one school board that all 5 new members elected. God help you trying to get that management level. But at what point in time do you say, close that school? Because we had to do that in 2 systems that I was in. We made some tough decisions, and it wasn't popular. And in Athens, we had to rezone things so that, because over time, there was a culture that developed that when we rezoned and put different people together, it made a difference. So I'm asking you, where does that concept, that pragmatic concept, fit into your model?
Well, that in terms of closing and redistributing schools, that does not fall in the realm of OSI.
Yeah, recommending though, you're somewhere along the line there has to be a realization that you can't put bandages on a hemorrhage, that you've got to do something more serious. And I'm just trying to envision, with all the AMTI and all the alphabet things, so many times, where you say, whatever school, and I could name one, that the superintendent says, that's not going to get better. And I said, well, why don't you close the school? Well, no. Why don't you act like a manager? Why don't you earn what you're being paid? Why don't you earn what you went and got your degree in management and be a manager? Because school superintendents and principals are managers.
I think Ms. Martin may address this, but that is the one thing I really am glad I have such good relationships with leadership of the department, because we do see schools that we see we're doing the same things and we're not seeing growth, or there's just some systemic concerns that we feel like maybe out of the realm of our support. And so those are conversations I can take back to Ms. Martin and Dr. Mack and say, this is a district we're looking at. I'm thinking of a couple that come to mind right now that we've had this exact conversation, not so much about closing a school, but this is a school that's going to need much more triage than our office is able to provide.
Yeah, we have the authority to ask people.
Please, I had to get off my chest now.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to, it's not my idea, but I agree with it. Mrs. Ziegler mentioned that when we refer to the auxiliary staff, we need to be very clear that they're not officially teachers. And so we need to be very clear that they're not teachers. There's a certain level when you become a teacher and you're a professional, and we need to honor that. And I agree with it.
Thank you, yes.
And I agree with what Dr. Reynolds has said, but we have that, as I recall, in the law, where we can, as a state school board, with the recommendation of the state superintendent, intervene in a school and school system where they need a lot of help. And so I think that's a valid concern regarding the transition. How do we work into that? Do you have that authority to make a recommendation? No. And so that's where the concern is, that with all of these, is well put, alphabet groups, and I know you feel like that sometimes, you get mixed up. Anyway, that's a very real concern. And it's not just closing schools, it's actually looking at them in greater depth. And of course, more recently, Montgomery was under intervention. And I think that's a really good question, because you do all of these things, and what is the outcome? I mean,
it's painful when great things happen and you don't see that growth, or you see great growth for 2 years, and then everything we've discussed, you kind of going back to the, to the starting place. One thing I would recommend is when we work with schools and we see that there is systemic issues that maybe with board members, maybe with superintendents, maybe with 100 different things. Those are conversations that we get to take back to leadership and say, let's look at this from a different lens. We've got regional in-service centers, we've got OSI, we've got OMI, we've got AMSTI. They need much more direct supports than what we can provide. And those, yes, you're right, these are conversations we have at a much higher level, but we certainly have them. What can that look like?
So I think that the community looks at what our budget is
Right.
going up, and if you're running a business and you were spending as much money as we are to get the product we were out, you would have to retool something. We need to build a new factory, we need to close 5 different machinery. We have to look at it in pragmatic management decisions, and I can't help but not look at it that way. And examples like you said, somebody that couldn't fix a light bulb or get their buses there on time, I mean, that's a no-brainer.
That's a leadership issue.
That's a leadership issue, and I'd like to, in the Office of School Improvement, at some point in time, a failing school becomes past tense, a failed school. And I'm asking, at what point in time do we accept the realization that there are some failed schools and that something drastic needs to be dealt with? Because spending more money or having another program or another coordinated group is not solving the problem over generations. Not just decades, generations.
Dr. Reynolds, if I may add, what you're saying is definitely valid, but if I may add, I'm constantly I remind Melissa's team and Mr. Roller constantly that the way we designed this OSI, and there's history, and I'm certain that you all know that from the old alert, cautious, priority, focus, that kind of transition through federal law. There is a different phase of school improvement when schools do not improve based on our ESSA plan. When we talk of the more rigorous interventions that are identified in our approved ESSA plan. So that will be the next step for these schools that are assigned to Melissa, not counting the governor's turnaround schools, but when I say the CSI schools, when they're not showing that level of improvement, it identifies in there what our schools are and how we actually reclassify them when we go and we say CSI are schools. So there are different phases that they go through, but I think when we have the conversation that you're engaging in now, Dr. Reynolds, I think it goes from a different phase of identified schools, of CSI schools, which are based off of weighted indicators, to actually raw data. What are the children actually doing? So you're looking at a model right here for CSI, ATSI, and your TSI schools, your alphabets as you guys are calling them, that's based on 6 indicators with weighted achievement and growth. It's not the raw data from the actual student as to whether or not they're level 1, 2, 3, or 4, you know, when you get to there. So I think this model is all built on federal requirements, but based on what's in the law, as far as being able to take over from academics or fiscal, that's a whole different conversation, and we would need to sit down with leadership. Most of Melissa's questions are surrounding the schools actually taking advantage of the support opportunities or participation in it. How does it move? And we deal with those on a leadership matter, but we need to get to the raw data and then look at trend data from that and what they've been doing and lay other barriers on top of it and bring that information to Dr. May.
I guess my comment is the presumption that all schools can be made successful to the realization that some cannot. I said,
yes.
Is there?
There's got to be an end point where we have to save the children. We can
Yes.
always throw a lot of things, and that's our bottom line. Where is the end point? That all the assistance and bringing in the wraparounds and everything we've been talking about, where do we draw the line and say enough is enough and our children deserve it? And it might be the leadership. It's got to be something common sense, whatever it may be. But we've got to have an end point where we've got to save the kids. We're not saving the kids. If they're in a failing school over and over and over and over, it's not right. And I mean, that's where I'm getting frustrated. Now you may say.
No, I'm sorry. Piggyback on what you're saying, because it's excellent and I appreciate it. And that is the question. Is, you know, I mentioned what is the outcome? What is the purpose? If you go in and you just continue to mix it up, but you don't do anything about it, and that is unfortunately what we have seen over the years, where even where we have intervened, you give it 4 or 5 years and it's back to where it was, to some extent.
Even Starbucks closes a failed school. I can use no.
You mentioned
Don't you use that anymore.
But I picked up on your medical analysis of getting somebody well.
That's right.
You know, it's like.
But when do you take it to the superintendent, for example, and to the state school board? Because we can't wait 4 or 5 years anymore. And it should be pretty easy to go into a situation and know that it's not just the fact that they need to remedy the problem with the light bulbs or the flooding and so forth, that it's a much deeper problem. I walk into a school and I can tell you what the climate is like. I can tell you if the front entrance is clean and everything is immaculate and people are smiling and you can tell that they really do love being there instead of just putting on this fake smile. You walk through and the children are well disciplined. They have artwork up. I mean, you could go down that long list of what you see and appreciate in a school, and you know perhaps what the where it stands as far as their performance level before you go in. Often I'll check out so much about the school, but you can tell why when you go in there, and it's so easy. So you have to have, and I know it's obvious with your knowledge base, that you know when you walk into a school, the problem is not just some of the things that you mentioned. It's much deeper, and we can't not, and you I'm sure agree, but we have to have a turning point where it's not just you realize you just need to do more than just try to do perhaps what you're doing now, which is important. But so do you take it to the state superintendent? I know often it's because someone at the local level, that has been the case in some of the situations over the years where I've dealt with local boards where they've actually had a situation, whether it was financial, discipline, we've had safety issues, but someone from the community has come to me, then I've taken it to, according to the law, to the state school superintendent. The recommendation was made based on whatever facts exist. So where do you fit in? I mean, how do you feel the urgency, and how much do you connect with this about
it's
these
a great
teams.
team. I have no question.
we don't
I mean,
doubt- we're not doubting
she does a
it.
good
We're
job
talking
in
about-
her
wait a
people.
minute. She's not talking about the team, she's
No.
talking about the
The next
decision,
step,
the cut bait, the fish or cut bait, I think is the phrase, I don't mean to
Sure.
characterize
to
what you're
make a
saying.
difference
But
and
Where
do
you
something.
sitting at?
But do you know what I think about before you answer? When you talk about the 6%, I think some things sometimes occur. I may show growth this year. The next year you come in, I've shown growth, but my special ed subgroup has gone on. So it's not oftentimes that they're not showing improvement, but it's not the type that's needed to get off the list. You're showing growth, but it's not enough to get off. And that's what I was just thinking about at this point, yes.
And in many cases, these are very transient schools. So we see some of them, the population is so different from one year to the next. We do, obviously, we have intervened in school districts, but at some point, the local school board, I mean, they own those schools. Even when we intervene, they're eventually going back to those schools. Now, most recent one, of course, has been just a year ago in December, we released Montgomery County. We have continued to have conversations with them, with their board, with their new superintendent, and they still have some schools that struggle, but they are implementing a really good plan. Some of those schools, I mean, we visited one of those schools, which is
How long does it take? And we get that, and I keep up with my Montgomery schools, and I know Tanya does too, but how long does it take until you recommend to the state school board that we're going to, as Dr. Reynolds has said, what did you say?
I said fish or cut bait,
Exactly.
among other things.
And we
but that's
can't
all.
wait. We just can't wait any longer, even though all of this is extremely positive and helpful, and I laud you. Yes, 100%, thank you. But at some point, it comes before this board, but it has to go through you.
Right.
And I know it's not a fun thing, you don't make friends necessarily, but at the same time, you build friendships because you're actually doing something about it. And over the years, some of the closest connections I've had have been with schools that are still thankful for what we did. Not anything I did, but because we intervened and we helped. And that's where all of this is great, but if we don't see anything done about it beyond lingering for a couple of years, why do we do it? If the end result is just to continue to see the same schools on the list.
Well, I think we do it because of the kids in those schools.
Well, of course.
But the
They
problem
deserve
is,
that.
I need to add one thing. With one of the schools that I called you about that got picked up, you said, that's been going on for forever, or forever. And if they can be identified, and the governor put $15 million behind it, where is the stick behind the carrot? At some point in time, we are spending money that's not productive. And the children, the students in the 3rd grade or 2nd grade this year will never recover that because we just don't make some hard political decisions. That's a reality. Some of these decisions are tough political decisions. Rezoning schools, closing schools, reassigning teachers. I had a superintendent tell me that they had no math teacher in this school for 2 years. And I asked her, you mean you don't have a math teacher in the entire school system for 2 years? Or she said, yes, Dr. Reynolds, but nobody wants to transfer. I said, the authority that I had as a superintendent, that my best teacher would be in my highest need. And if they didn't like it, they could quit. That's with the governance that we have to have. And I don't mean to sound negative, but I think that you can layer programs and layer alphabet groups and spend trillions of dollars, but at some point in time, we have to recognize there have to be measures that these schools are not failing, they're failed. And something has to happen either through the legislature or through us or through this government body to do something. I said through, I understand. I'm saying, but there are multiple layers that if we can't do it, we need to do it.
I can only provide, since I'm on the road pulling up to these schools all the time, I see these babies walking in this school, and I think like a mom. They deserve a great teacher. They deserve a great leader. And I just want, my mindset is never to give up. although certainly it is discouraging when great things happen. But I will say, and I'm thinking of many schools right now, I've seen some principals take a school that has been on a failing school list,
Turn it around.
and she has the community, she brands it. I'm thinking of even the Albertville City community, what they did with their multilingual learners was, you know, our diversity is what makes us stronger, and they use that as their war cry. So when I see schools that are bleeding out, I love how we're both using, we both have kids who are doctors, so we'll be using some medical euphemisms. But
her reference to me serving
Yes.
people bleeding out
yes,
was my personal experience too.
yes,
Sometimes you have to say, this person, I can't recover.
yeah.
I can't solve this.
The person I don't know, the fire in my belly, I don't know that I could ever do that, and that's why we have conversations with Dr. Mackey and the team when we see a school that is hurting. But I've seen so many schools that I think others would have said, they've been on the failing school list every year, this community is X, Y, and these children live right next to the school. This is their community school. I had a parent say to me the other day when we did our instructional audits, I want this school to look like it did when I was a student here.
Right.
I want this school to be known for more than basketball. So when I hear that from a parent, this is their community school, for me, in leading this work, that's why I look at, it starts with the leader. And we've all, I think, if we could identify anything that we see as a common theme, it starts with the superintendent, and it starts with that person leading that school
At the school
to
level.
tell teachers you have what it takes. When it comes to that, many times funding, you know, there's money issues, and that certainly comes to light, and then we're suddenly looking into that. And for OSI, our work is more, of course, on the academic and then the non-academic pieces that lead into student achievement. But our team could write a book on principals who took positions knowing they were the underdogs and turned schools around because they love those kids hard. I'm thinking one, she wears a suit every day and tennis shoes because she's probably getting 10 miles of steps. I know you know which principal I'm talking about. A day at her school because she is so visible in the community. She's walking with her kids home. This is a community that's had violence, very well-known violence in the community. So that would be a hard call for me, but fortunately I'm not the one that makes that call. But I have seen schools turn things around, and it always starts with someone who believes in the power of those kids.
And we're not saying
Those
just, you know,
teachers.
like he's saying, cut off the leg or bury him
Sure.
or whatever. But if
Yeah.
it is, like you were saying, or I don't know to whom we're saying it, that if you are in need of for a math teacher, you take your best teacher at the greatest need.
Yeah.
Well, if you're in a district and you need this school to have the best leader,
That's right.
then you transfer in there, and then they can do a turnaround. You're right, it's hard decisions, but the bottom line is what's best for those kids.
That's right.
Mr. Chairman, one thing that's helping, I know Sally just left from AASB, we started partnering with AASB and sharing this data with school board members so
Right.
that they understand the process that we have in place, so that they have an understanding of the work that is coming from the State Department, from teaching and learning, from the regional centers, from all of these coaches that are in place, and that can help them make decisions when they're looking at their folks, right? So we don't necessarily go in and say, Dr. Mackey, that's one, but what we do is we share information with the people that do make those decisions so that they know how we're working and what we're doing and how we're moving data. We give them that update and that better understanding. So that's a partnership that we fortified last year. And she left, but I would anticipate she'll have us coming in her quarterly and regional meetings and continue that work, Mr. Chairman.
And as y'all identified last night, discussion over there, you know, something so basic. I mean, a lot of what we're doing is built on students being able to read, grade level, and I think Ms. West asked the question, and several board members said they couldn't raise their hand, they didn't know what the science of reading was. So we've been working with that, but that tells us we've got to follow up with AASB some more on that board training, because that's something the board members obviously have to understand, that deeper level. And that will, I want to remind you, you're going to get a folder today that has your district for you only. These are data for the school grade, all the grades in your district by school, by system in school. And then, but they're not public. the superintendents will get them later today, electronically, for them to go through and make sure that everything's right. Like this morning, I thought I'd found a mistake. And Miss Martin, I went in there to Miss Martin, and she looked it up, and it was not a mistake. It was, I did not fully look at there were two schools on 2 different pages, and so but we want them to verify that. And we also want them to have a few days to be able to say, this school in my district dropped from an 87 to a 78. Because the last time we released the report cards was 2019, before the pandemic. And so for them to think about how they're going, they've got to roll that out in the community with their boards. They will be public next week. By the end of next week, barring any technical glitches, they will be public by the end of next week. So you're going to get an embargoed copy, though.
So by the 18th, which is a week from tomorrow, they will be public.
They'll be public, yes, sir.
Not later than that.
Barring any technical difficulties.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. But at a certain time, I mean, like not to.
No, borrowing any, and I say that because it's a lot of data to upload on the website.
But if there's not, we'll get an explanation of why.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I just, we came up with how long the ACAP data was held and all that stuff. So we discussed that in our work session.
Right.
And that's something that the public, it's not a FOIA request. It doesn't take a FOIA request. But the data should not be embargoed longer than absolutely necessary.
And folks have been, it's confused some people because the law says that this is to be released every year in December. And so we released it the last time in 2019. We did it in November. We're doing it in November now. So a lot of people have said, the law says December. Why are you releasing it early? Well, because it's as soon as we can get it ready, why hold it for an extra 6 weeks?
That
just
federal law, Alabama law.
Federal law. Okay. And so our first year, as y'all know, probably remember, I mean, the first one that was ever released, we didn't comply for, I think, 2 years, or the department didn't comply. We came in and said, we're going to comply with the law. And we got it out like on New Year's Eve, New Year's Eve, I guess. It was required, and our staff worked, Miss Martin, Dr. Boyd, Paul Bonner back there, they worked through the Christmas holidays because I said I wanted to meet the letter of the law. But then after that, Dr. Boyd said, the next year, we're going to fix the system so we can release them earlier. And so November 18th, by then, they will be public, barring any technical difficulty. We won't, if you say, well, if we have technical difficulty, Dr. Mackey, you have to put it off a week. Well, we're not in danger of
we have technical difficulties. Just let people know.
Just let you know.
Everything about openness is disclosure. If you've got a technical problem, if your machine's not working,
right,
let us know, please.
Well, you'll get a copy today of your district before they go live next week. They will go live to superintendents today. And that is the accountability update. We have lunch for y'all. And then we've got of course some more things this afternoon, board questions and a few other things to discuss. We do have a group here. It's before you to adopt the Career Tech. It's a Career Tech Course of Study, Cluster number 6, and then a textbook, Recommendation 7. And I've asked them to make those as quick as possible. You can certainly ask questions as long as you want to.
Dr. Mackey, it's 1:11.
Yes, sir.
Some of us might need to eat.
Yes.
And
let's take lunch.
Do you mind if we take lunch?
No, we take lunch. That's good. I'm good with lunch. Absolutely. That's next. Yes, sir.
2 o'clock at reconvene.
Yeah, we can do it. I copied it, but I don't like it.
and also the industry professionals that came in that knew some things that we might need to know about some real life experience and how to make it applicable. So I think they put a very good team together. I also want to say a little bit about Ms. Kathy Jones and the team from the State Department. They did a wonderful job putting this together. It was very organized. When Dr. Mackey asked me to do it, I said, well, you realize I'm pretty new. I'm a new superintendent. And he said, it's no problem. He said, they'll walk you through the process. And they did exactly that. And they also, came up with some things on a little bit bigger picture to help some of the students. One of those things, Sean Stevens mentioned the possibility of some of these courses counting as a science credit. I myself understand that because I taught science and career tech. And when you look at some of the standards like analyzing the chemical structure of the hair and scalp, it would mimic what you would see in a science class. And so when I taught career tech half the day and taught science half the day, we would have students that had, biology and physical science their 9th and 10th grade years. And then they would struggle to get those 4 credits because they would have to choose between physics, chemistry, anatomy, and physiology. And so it was a struggle for some of those students to get their 4 credits. My last few years teaching in the classroom, we'd started an environmental science class, and I would have 30 to 35 seniors in a class just trying to get that credit. So I think if this does happen, I think it would be a good thing for our students because it would allow them to get that science credit as well as learn something that would be applicable to a real life job that they may have.
So are we moving forward now?
I think we are. Sean Stevens was looking into that, but when we wrote the standards, we actually wrote them in a way to mimic that. And so when you look at the standards, you'll see a lot of the science standards in these courses.
Okay.
So I think that will work well.
Okay, good.
But when you go through and you look at the standards, you'll see that. When you look at this presentation, you'll see some of the hard work that these people did. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to cosmetology and barber.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cliff Pope. I am a teacher at Hueytown High School in the Jefferson County School System. I've been a teacher there for 5 years, and I've been a cosmetology instructor for 15. My speaking partner today is Emma Alexander. She is an 18-year veteran at Winston Career Academy in the Winston County School System. And on behalf of all the professionals who are here with us today and the others who were on our committee, we are honored and excited to bring you the proposed new course of study for cosmetology and barbering. So I'd like to get started by calling your attention to our beautiful new conceptual framework. You'll notice that listed around the circumference of the gear are the names of the pathways of our program. The colorful braid encircling the center of the gear embodies the braiding techniques used in the natural hairstyling field. The colors of the braid stand for the 12 colors of the color wheel used in hair coloring. The images that are displayed around the gear are indicative of the tools that are used daily within each of the 5 individual career pathways in cosmetology and barbering. The inner circle of the gear contains a silhouette of 2 people. They express the diversity of skills and techniques presented to students. The purple color in the background is the National Skills USA competition color for our cluster, which is Human Services. This slide shows the locations of the individuals who were tasked with writing this document on the state map. There were 13 cosmetology professionals across the state that provided input and technical knowledge for the cosmetology and barbering course of study. In the beginning, we had the challenge of meeting virtually, but once restrictions were lifted, we were able to collaborate here in person. This is an illustration of our group collaborating with the content and standards to increase the rigor within the course of study. We all feel stronger as teachers and have developed solid bonds as friends because of this opportunity. So you'll notice a name change from what was just cosmetology to cosmetology and barbering. This aligns us more closely to the name change of our licensing board, which changed its name to the Alabama Board of Cosmetology and Barbering back around 2012. The barbering side of our industry has seen significant growth since our last update, and the name change will allow our program to grow with it. The changes in the standards have been enhanced to meet the trends that drive the demands of the industry. Cosmetology and barbering have 5 pathways options from which students can choose. They're cosmetology, barbering, nail technology, aesthetics, and natural hairstyling. So let's talk about our industry. There are over 117,000 licensed professionals in the cosmetology and barbering fields in the state of Alabama, and yet you can't just walk in and get an appointment. Our field is continually growing, and most of those who are working as barbers, stylists, colorists, nail techs, and estheticians are booked to capacity each day. Not only do we follow guidelines set by the State Department of Education, but we must also abide by stringent regulations set by the Alabama Board of Cosmetology and Barbering. Next up is our Career Tech affiliation. Skills USA is a career and technical student organization that is required by the State Department of Education to be integrated into our programs to foster workplace skills. It offers leadership in 11 clusters, which include human services. Alabama Skills USA has over 17,000 students statewide engaged in educational and competitive opportunities that are grounded in academics. Skills USA allows students to demonstrate the skills they have learned in their chosen program and also develops personal, workplace, and technical skills for use in any career they choose. And speaking of competitions, at the national competition in Atlanta this past year, one of our own students in Alabama, Dylan Barron, placed first in the nation and won the gold medal in cosmetology. She is pictured here with her instructor, Glennis Black. Glennis is a 27-year veteran and has worked tirelessly to reach this monumental goal. They are both from Limestone County Career Center. So I'm going to turn this over to Emma now, and she's going to finish out our slides. Thank you.
Thank you.
Listed are the 13 courses included in the 5 pathway options. Depending on which pathway a student chooses will determine which course sequence they take. 3 of these courses can be taught in any of the pathways. They are Career Pathway Project, State Board Practicum, and CTE Lab in Cosmetology and Barbering. It was our intention when writing the courses to ensure the rigor of our subjects should reflect the current science curriculum. The practical application of the standards in chemical services aligns the science of chemical relaxers and permanent waves with the chemistry standards currently being taught. Our goal is to be able to use chemical services as a science credit for our students. 8 out of the 15 standards in this course align with the course of study, the science course of study currently being used. Once a student chooses a pathway, they must start in a prerequisite course. The curriculum is designed to build on courses to increase rigor as a student progresses through the program. An example would be Cosmetology Fundamentals as the prerequisite for all other courses in the cosmetology pathway. In this course, students will demonstrate practices. Then, as they progress to chemical services, they will test pH levels to determine proper chemicals for each hair type. And next, in hair coloring, the students will measure and mix chemicals and calculate time based on the hair type. Another example would be a student that are going to the aesthetics pathway. Their prerequisite would be Spa Techniques 1, where they would apply basic makeup. Next, they would take Spa Techniques 2, where they explain and perform special occasion makeup. And then salon management, students would be able to summarize procedures for operating a salon and determining the needs for hiring employees. There are a variety of industry recognized credentials currently available to high school students through the cosmetology and barbering pathway. These credentials help fulfill the high school graduation requirements and make up 10% of the overall A to F report card. However, the credentials we offer are not just to check the box, so to speak, but to leave the students with an applicable credential to prepare them for the workforce. The list on the left are the credentials recognized by the State Department of Education, and the ones on the right are from the Alabama Board of Cosmetology and Barbering. Simulated workplace plays a major role in preparing students for the workplace. Most programs around the state are incorporating some components of a simulated workplace. The pictures you see on this slide are specific to what I'm doing in my program currently. My students clock in and out daily using badges. They have a uniform jacket with our company logo monogrammed on it. They they have employee titles, and their hourly pay is based on that title. The supervisors write up employees who do not complete job assignments, And at the end of each 9 weeks, they receive a paycheck which has taxes and benefits cut from it. They get to cash the paycheck for play money, but they can use it to spend on items that I have bought for them to purchase, or they can choose to save it for later and buy bigger items. It is my intention by having them do these small tasks of clocking in and out, wearing a uniform, money management, and job assignments to help them to be dependable and responsible employees no matter what career path they choose. And the students, for the most part, seem to enjoy it. They take pride in their job assignments and enjoy the clocking in and out progress. This year, I've also added a complaint form that they like. This gives them the opportunity to file a complaint on the class before them if they're slacking on their job assignments, and also makes them more apt to make sure that their job assignments are done, so the next class doesn't write them up. And I'm working on a reward and punishment plan for that. That concludes our presentation. We'll be glad to answer any questions y'all might have.
Can you go back 2 or 3 slides? That one, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So did you say that both indicators or requirements have to be met for the child to get the certification, or do you see what I'm saying, or are they merged together?
We offer,
yeah.
Go ahead.
I think this just gives you an idea of how they relate, the one from the State Department of Education compared to the Alabama Board of Cosmetology.
Gotcha, okay.
The ones that are on the Alabama Board of Cosmetology and Barbering are also credentials that they can use in high school if they could get the hours, because the board works on clock hours as opposed to credit unit hours. So it figures a little different, but they can take hours. There is a, what is it called? Reciprocity, not reciprocity, what is it called?
Reciprocity.
Is that what it is when you
get credit for one to the other? Yes.
Well, they can take it to the junior colleges and use those hours. So they can get at least up to 500 hours right now, or a third of the program finished.
Almost like
when they go. Right.
Yeah. We do have some programs in the state that have been able to get the CRI for the board. You know, they can pass their boards while they're in school. They get enough of their hours to do that.
While they're still in the high school.
While they're in high school,
there are
yes.
a few programs.
I guess I didn't say it well.
Right.
Yes, but we all offer. They're able to take those. You know, our goal is to get them a credential.
Right.
So there's options there.
Okay.
The natural hairstyling pathway in our cluster is, it can actually be a license that they can get while they're in high school because the hours are low enough that they can go and test through the Board of Cosmetology.
Hours is the most difficult part I'm sort of hearing. Accumulating the proper number of hours.
Yes, ma'am. But they can on that one because the hours
are low.
Are low.
You
Yes,
say that. Okay.
But if they get that one, that can be one where they can get a credential. That's what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am. They all can be a credential. If we could do all of them,
if
they could be. Yes, if they have the hours.
Okay. I just want to say I appreciate it. I'm sorry for coming in late, but the progression of the rigor that I saw from each standard, and it shows, you know, people don't often think about it, but when you talk about coloring hair, how that ties into chemistry and mathematics, and
absolutely,
you can see the rigor from standard 7, 6A, and on up to 10. It entails a lot.
We worked real
so
hard.
I appreciate
that.
that.
That was a goal of ours, is to hopefully get that to be that.
Thank you.
So.
And any
he asks men get their hair colored.
Women.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Women do. Women and men both. Men do also.
We want them to do it right so our hair doesn't fall out.
Absolutely.
Do we have an idea of how many students are participating now that are going on to use these skills in the workplace after graduation?
I don't know that we have a definitive number. I can tell you in my school, I'm probably getting 30% of them to go on to, that start with me in intro, that go on to take it in post-secondary, to finish out post-secondary. I don't know the number of people that are currently licensed that came through my school, but I do know about 30% of them are going into it.
And you say the demand is high for this.
For workers, yes.
For workers.
Yes,
and I was about to say, many people will not eat if it means not getting their hair or their nails.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is in high demand.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Y'all are serious.
No, I'm very
We get a lot of flack about high demand, high wage because a lot of hairdressers don't show all of their money. But the truth is, they make a lot of money. You look at hairdressers make a lot of money, and we are in demand. I mean, it gets really strong.
It's also private industry. I mean, many of the persons work as private contractors. They may
Yes, they do.
And that's the flexibility of it. When I was in Pike County, we had an excellent program. And then the program in Limestone, which is Limestone, but it's Limestone and Athens together.
Right.
And it's a very successful, high-demand program. And seemingly, women like to not have their hair turned gray or something.
Absolutely.
And
God did that so we'd have a job.
And I do think it's an excellent program. And it has technical abilities. If you ever see people with purple and green hair, you figure they must have messed up. But no.
Now they want it that way.
I just give them a chance to make fun of me.
There you go.
I'm the only male on the board, so I have to open myself up for
I understand that. I'm one of the few males that teach this, so I understand completely.
And I don't color my hair, even though I'm an old man, but I do admire the beautiful women that color their hair.
All right, you're digging yourself in.
Are y'all finished? We'll move on.
Yes, if you don't have any more questions, we'll
I'm
turn
only
this
going to
over
get in trouble if I keep
That's
going.
right. If you have no more questions, I'll turn this over to education and training. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Amethyst Vineyard, and I'm the Family and Consumer Sciences teacher at Sylacauga High School.
And hello, everyone. My name is Julie Eccles. I'm the Educators and Training Teacher at Auburn High School.
Before we begin, I'd like to call your attention to our beautiful new conceptual framework. The tree sprouting from the open book represents the growth and development of Alabama's students.
Oh, I love it.
The apple is a traditional symbol of educators, and it also shows how our work bears fruit. It is never static, but always changing and growing to meet the needs of our society. On the outside of the conceptual framework, you can also see the names of our two programs, Early Childhood Education and Educators in Training. And Educators in Training, we've tweaked the name of that slightly from Teaching and Training. We felt that Educators in Training is a little bit more student-focused and more forward-looking.
And if you look at the slide before you, you will see some pictures of our great committee. And I do feel like our committee has been afforded a wonderful opportunity to work together as fellow educators, post-secondary educators, as well as business and industry members to help create courses that will do three things: recruit, inspire, and prepare future Alabama educators. Many of our committee members are here today, and we're so grateful that you came. It means a lot. Please know that we began this process as simple acquaintances, but we finished as team members, and we're proud and excited about these proposed courses. We are inspired by the opportunity to share the love of teaching that we have with our students and to pass the baton to the next generation of Alabama educators.
As the educator Leader Pearson says, every child deserves a champion. And this committee gave us the opportunity to create great programs for Alabama's future champions. Our goal as a committee was to revise and create courses that meet the goals of the Education and Training Cluster. As the cluster description states, Education and Training focuses on preparing the next generation of educators to serve children and youth from birth through 12th grade. We feel confident that our changes have achieved that goal.
And now let's discuss some workforce data. If you will draw your attention to the bottom of this infographic, and you'll notice a number of positions in our state that are currently open. And we're on the struggle bus, pun intended. There are an overwhelming number of positions available in our state across the board of numerous positions in our school. And as you probably agree, we really have to be strategic and tackle this shortage in our school system. And we have to do that at the same time maintaining the integrity of our great profession. Students in Alabama deserve qualified and effective teachers, and personally, I can't tell you how grateful I am that when I drop my two children off at school every day, I'm confident in both the education they're going to receive as well as the safety that they are cared for. And all parents in our great state of Alabama deserve the same level of confidence, and our committee feels that Career Tech teachers in this program can play a significant role in reducing the teacher shortage in two ways. First, the proposed courses have a strong emphasis on student intern experiences, and this will be a great way to recruit future educators. Having experiences to practice teaching with a qualified teacher may erase some of the negative and, might I say, erroneous hearsay about our profession. And secondly, we know that preparation leads to success, and this committee believes that these new courses will better prepare our students for post-secondary education and for success in the classroom by taking these courses in high school, both due to the content that they're going to learn and the time to practice the skills in a classroom. And we are confident that this will have a significant impact on successful teaching, teacher retention, and maybe, just maybe, the praxis exam.
On the early childhood educator side, the need for high-quality childcare has reached a crisis level in Alabama, and this affects all of our industries because parents can't go to work unless they know that their children are being well cared for. We feel that our new courses are going to prepare future childcare workers to fill this gap and provide Alabama's children with the best possible start to their education. Our restructured courses will also introduce students to careers in education both in and out of the traditional classroom. We feel that these programs will produce informed students who will make great choices for their futures. Our courses will prepare paraprofessionals, counselors, and other related occupations, as well as classroom teachers.
And currently, I'm in my second semester of teaching in the Educators and Training program at Auburn High School, which is only in its 6th year of operation. However, I taught these courses for many years in the Teaching Academy at Jefferson Davis High School here in Montgomery. And evidence of how these courses can prepare students for jobs within the school setting are that many of my former students from Jefferson Davis are employed in NPS as teachers and paraprofessionals. And at Auburn High School, we have a number of current students working in our after-school programs as high school seniors. And just as a note of success, a few weeks ago, students who are also members of our FCCLA organization volunteered to teach lesson plans, and we had 3 students hired on the spot. Wow. We are so proud. Also note that we have a number of students from Auburn High School enrolled in 4-year education programs at Auburn, Tuskegee, and other 4-year institutions.
Throughout our writing and revision process, we kept the phrase "grow your own" in mind. We want these programs to allow students to build careers in their communities of origin and maintain their hometown roots. Homegrown educators have a unique understanding of their students' needs, and we feel that our revisions will prepare and inspire future educators and create opportunity for students who want to remain in and enrich their communities.
So on a similar note, my program at Auburn High School, as well as most of the programs around the state, have students that work multiple days with a teacher at a local school in the role of a student intern. And then the most wonderful part is when I ask the students, where would you like to go? They always request their favorite teacher. They always have that one teacher that they want to go back and work with. And that relationship creates a sense of confidence that maybe I can do this. And it sets them up for success. And we truly feel with this Grow Your Own initiative or train of thought that maybe the same can happen for recent graduates of college. If they can go back to their own home schools and have an authentic mentor, then maybe that will lead to success in the classroom as well.
These are some of the current numbers from our education and training programs around the state. And while it's clear that our programs work, we feel that our changes will produce even more successful graduates. By streamlining and updating the course of study, we believe that we can enroll more students and encourage more schools to offer these programs as part of their career tech departments.
And just a glimpse into what success can look like on the next slide, you will see what student success is happening across the state. You will see both Sarah Lynn High School and Opelika High School students participating in a signing day as they are being recognized for choosing a career in education as their post-secondary plans. And there's also a couple of pictures to show you some candid shots of what internship and placement experiences can look like in a classroom. And as I mentioned earlier, I taught within the same program for a number of years at Jeff Davis, and now I'm back at Auburn High School. And just so you know, the courses I'm teaching now are the same courses I taught back then. And education has changed drastically then, and we need to update that. So if you'll refer to the slide above, we'll discuss these new changes. The new courses of study is a more streamlined program, and we feel that it responds to the needs of 21st century educators and learners. Note back in 2008, we had a number of courses. We have streamlined them, but we feel that we've done so because the data available showed there were a number of programs where the enrollment across the state was extremely low. And therefore, we modeled our new course of study on examples from several other states, and with the hope that the new streamlined course of study will help students, teachers, and administrators to see the program options more clearly. And even though we did remove an administration pathway, we were very intentional to include standards relevant to administration within and embedded into the new classes. And the last slide, or last part of the slide I'd like you to focus on, I think is something we're very proud of. Many of the standards in 2008 were knowledge-based, and we're grateful now that in the updated proposed courses, we are focusing on skill-based standards as well.
So the new structure for our programs provides a much clearer pathway to program completer status. Both the early childhood educator and educators in training programs begin with a shared foundation course. From that foundation, LEAs can use their local workforce data to select the program that meets their needs. For example, in Sylacauga, we are very blessed to be able to provide the preschool CDA program. However, it is a big time commitment for our students because they have to take the courses in a 4-course series in order with a capstone in order to earn their credential. There are also very stringent requirements as far as internship hours. They have to earn 96 hours for every course that they take with me in order to get their CDA completer status at the end. So we know that that's not going to be an option for all LEAs. They may not have the classroom space for those internship hours. So the other side of that, the early childhood education program offers a lot more flexibility as far as internship requirements. And so LEAs can pick and choose the courses that are going to work best for their students and their workforce.
And if you look at the left of the screen, you'll notice the educators and training side. Of course, we start with foundations and education, and then we will move into practices and methods in education and hope that seniors will follow with a capstone course, whether it's a CTE lab, internship, or the career pathway project. Please note we have 2 what we might call elective courses, careers in education and communication for leaders. These are courses that do not have a prerequisite, but we're hopeful that maybe those can be offered at the 9th grade level and maybe a way to recruit students into the pathway. Please note that students in all of these courses are encouraged to join FCCLA, as well as many of our schools have a FTA chapter as well. And next we'll talk about the progression of rigor. So for the education and training pathway, in their prerequisite class of foundations in education, students will be creating learning activities that are age appropriate. In the second level in practices in educations, we will dig a little bit deeper, and we will not just look at activities, but look at full lesson plans and how that lesson plan fits within a full unit. And then finally, in the methods class is where you'll see a lot of the internship experiences, where students will be presenting these lessons to the children of the ages the lesson was created for.
We paid a great deal of attention to the progression of rigor on the early childhood side as well. Students will progress from knowledge building to skill demonstration, and then finally by their 3rd course in the series, they're going to be able to work with complex ideas and identify research-based best practices. Now, while our CRI list was not first and foremost in our mind when we were rewriting these courses, we do feel that our rewrites will help to prepare students to earn these credentials. Our graduates will be workforce ready after completing these programs. On the early childhood education side, we currently offer the Ask Institute Concepts of Entrepreneurship and Management, the Child Development Associate, which I mentioned earlier, the Praxis Core Academic Skills, and the Praxis 2 for Early Childhood, as well as Serve Safe Manager.
And educators in training offer similar CRIs. A new and important indicator to note is the Google Educator Certification. We're beginning that at Auburn High School next week, and we're really excited about that option. And that concludes our presentation. So we're grateful and would love to answer any questions you may have.
You have the people that are with you would like to have stand up, and did you have other team members?
Oh yes, we do have many of our team members here.
Stand out. They've traveled a long way.
Nervous to see them here today, so I'm really grateful that they came.
Well, we're grateful they came and for your presentation. Are there other questions for them?
I have just 2.
Yes.
The Grow Your Own program, so does that count for one of the academies, like the teacher academy that some schools have in their high schools? You know, you can have a teacher academy program, so
yes.
Is this a part of that, or it's a different program?
Well, it's more just a philosophy that we kind of kept in mind, but, you know, actually now that I think of it, it would be a great initiative to sort of brand that and help attract, you know, new
more
future teachers
to those
to
academies for career tech.
Yes, absolutely.
So when I was at Jeff Davis, we never got this far. I wish we had. That there would be some type of acknowledgement if a Montgomery Public Schools graduate was graduated and then was hired to teach within the school. Some type of acknowledgement we hoped would come, whether that was in a stipend or something of that nature.
And the progression was evident with the age-appropriate activities, and then looking at lesson plans, and then actually presenting a lesson. So I
try to be very intentional about that as well.
Yes, yes. Great work. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well done.
Yes.
Yeah. Now I will pass it over to our colleagues in hospitality and tourism.
Question.
I'm
Ms.
sorry.
West had a question.
Auburn, you said real quickly that Auburn High School was progressing to a dual enrollment. Did you say that just a second ago? You said something was happening next week.
Google Educator. We're starting our certification.
I didn't hear it correctly. I was like, what?
We're just starting Google Educator in our classes.
Nice. Okay, well, thank you so much.
One comment, because I worked on the teacher shortage. Before I got in this position, I worked on the teacher shortage task force, and then since I've been here, I've worked on one of those. That's especially for rural areas. That is so important what you're doing, because it's so hard. And I'm from a rural area, so I'm not talking about a rural area. It's hard to get people to relocate there. So that's why it's so important to grow your own and get those that have a better chance.
We don't want our best and brightest to leave. We want them to stay with us and to help encourage the next generation as well. So offering them great jobs within our school system is one of the best ways that we can keep them there.
Yeah, I appreciate your work on that. That's really important going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
You're very hospitable.
Very hospitable. To kind of back off, I know we're kind of transitioning into hospitality and tourism, but coming from education and training, I think it's a fantastic thought to go back and teach at your high school. And that's exactly what I did. So I went under the culinary program there, and the instructor who was there, who taught me there at secondary level, is my colleague now, I mean, we have so much fun, and I think if there's any good example, I think I'm one of them, so I'm here to present to you all. So again, thank you to Education and Training, and to all the teachers here as well. Okay.
That's great.
My name is Alex Rocio. I'm one of the culinary arts instructors at Pelham High School from Pelham City Schools. This is my third year teaching as an educator and my third year as a culinary instructor.
And my name is Ed Douglas. I am the chair of the Hospitality Division at Coastal Alabama Community College, and this is my 16th year in hospitality education. Hospitality and tourism consists of 4 programs: food and beverage services, travel and tourism, lodging, and sports, recreation, and attractions. Each program focuses on different aspects of the hospitality field. The conceptual framework we're showing you showcases the different fields around the COG, with graphics to represent significant Alabama aspects of each field, from shrimp in the food and beverage to the Space and Rocket Center and travel and tourism, to the wide variety of lodging opportunities in our lodging area, and our varied opportunities in sports, recreation, and attraction. Our committee members consisted of a diverse group of experts in different fields of hospitality and tourism from around the state. The group included both secondary and post-secondary instructors, as well as leaders from multiple aspects of the hospitality industry, creating an opportunity for networking and sharing of information on our programs, as well as a few recipes and restaurant recommendations. And on a personal note, as a post-secondary instructor, it gave me an opportunity to understand what a great job our secondary instructors do under what we would consider very difficult situations to teach culinary, with a condensed time frame for teaching and all. So I greatly appreciate what they do and the students they bring to our program.
So with the growing opportunities for tourism professionals in the state, our programs are preparing the next generation of workers for positions all over the state of Alabama. Whether students plan to enter the workforce directly or continue their education at one of the state's community colleges or university programs, these courses will prepare them for future success. Alabama FCCLA provides leadership opportunities for over 10,000 students around the state, especially for those enrolled in hospitality and tourism, education and training, and human services programs. Last year, Alabama's president ran and was elected as the national president for FCCLA this past July. So I was able to attend the national conference, and I've actually met Mary Catherine Gunn, and I have never met such a young professional ready for this world as I have. She came up to me, never met her. Ms. Rocio, how are you? Knew me by name, and just the best attitude ever. So very well deserving, and honestly one of the most kind individuals I have met.
So the hospitality and tourism industry has rebounded to be as strong as ever since the pandemic and continues to experience unprecedented growth throughout the state. Last year, more than 28 million people visited the state of Alabama, with a total economic impact on the state of about $6.7 billion. In 2021, the hospitality industry contributed $1.1 billion of state and local taxes to our government. This growth is leading to both opportunities as well as a shortage of skilled workers to fill the needed positions. Wages are continuing to increase as the demand for workers with the required skills and knowledge grows. Many of these positions in the field shown here also receive tips which are not reflected in the base salary data listed here. The hospitality industry leads to many jobs that people do not always associate with this cluster. Along with the well-known positions of culinary or travel agents and lodging professionals, careers in areas such as event planning and management, tourism promotion, food science, journalism, and microbiology are also positions filled by our cluster professionals.
To start, our foundational course was updated from Hospitality and Tourism to Introduction to Hospitality and Tourism to better offer an understanding that this course is the introduction to every program. This slide includes all the courses offered under the Travel and Tourism and Sports Recreation and Attractions programs. Focusing on Travel and Tourism, second level course, Travel and Tourism 2, was added to provide expanded content and increase depth of knowledge on marketing, safety and security, operations, and legal issues affecting the industry. The Sports Recreation and Attractions program is a new program to Hospitality and Tourism. The program was split into Travel and Tourism and Sports Recreation and Attractions to reflect the breadth and growth of the Sports Recreation and Attractions field. Course offerings for Sports Recreation and Attractions were expanded with the addition of Sports Recreation and Attractions Management. This slide includes all the courses offered under the Lodging and Food and Beverage Services program. I would like to focus your attention to the Food and Beverage Services program. Food Science is a shared course with Human Services and Science, and we hope for this course to be approved to receive eligible credit for science in the future. Food Science was changed from Chemistry of Foods because it explores not only chemistry concepts, but also biological macromolecules, food science fundamentals, and microbiology of food. We felt the word chemistry would intimidate and discourage students from pursuing this course, which led us to the new name. We hope that this change will attract a wider variety of students. A new course added to the Food and Beverage Services program is Cultural Foods. Cultural Foods, which was designed to explore the impact of geography, climate, culture, religion, and socioeconomic factors on food, with the aim of improving global competency and increasing appreciation of cultures through diverse cuisines. And then in the Lodging pathway, we combined the content of the old Lodging 1 and Lodging 2 into a single course called Hotel, Resort, and Lodging Management 1, and created a new course, Hotel, Resort, and Lodging Management 2, consisting of an internship at an approved lodging property, giving the student the chance to gain hands-on experience, working in different departments on an actual lodging property.
The CRIs for hospitality and tourism offered are all industry-recognized credentials that come from the National Restaurant Association and an American Hotel and Lodging Educational Institute, and includes ServSafe Manager, which is required by Health Code for Alabama restaurants. These CRIs represent the credentials that employees would earn after being in the industry for several years and will give students the opportunity for rapid advancement in their hospitality careers.
The proposed course of study builds on content learned in previous courses. In Introduction to Hospitality and Tourism, the foundation course, students learn about table setting, etiquette, and guest relations. In Culinary Arts 1, students learn how to present food properly using presentation techniques and portion size. And in Culinary Arts 2, students have developed the ability to elevate recipes to accommodate the senses and create a more appealing product.
The progression of the courses in the lodging pathway takes the students from an overview of positions in the lodging industry and hospitality and tourism to an in-depth understanding of the roles and responsibilities of the different positions in hotel, resort, and lodging management 1, to putting what they have learned into practice as they work in these positions at an approved property in the hotel, resort, lodging, and management 2 class.
The travel and tourism business is very diverse, from conventions to sporting events to personal travel. A travel professional works with clients to determine and fill needs. In Introduction to Hospitality and Tourism, students will learn of these various types of activities. Travel and Tourism 1 will give students the opportunity to match client needs with available venues and resources. And in Travel and Tourism 2, this will have students take the skills from the introduction course in Travel and Tourism 1 and create a travel package together for various clients.
Intro to Hospitality and Tourism briefly explores the history, describes the professional roles, types of venues, and organizations in the area of sports, recreation, and attraction. In sports and attractions 1, students will explore more in depth how sports, recreation, and attractions work from a career point of view for customer service, professionalism, marketing, client and personnel management, and ethics. In sports, recreation, and attractions 2, students will start creating products such as safety plans, venue layouts, and move into work-based learning, internships, and apprenticeship programs, applying what they have learned in real-world situations. That concludes our presentation. If you have any questions.
Questions for members?
I thought you all did a great job. I just want to pull out one set of the rigor when you start out learning how to set a table, and then you went from being able to present the food and then ultimately researching and preparing recipes. The rigor is evident. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you're very happy with that.
Yes, very, very much so.
In your lodging portion there at the end, will you also be getting into contracts and agreements?
That was part of it, yes. I mean, they learn
the business
side of it as well as just the hands-on. And the areas they would work in would be front desk, in housekeeping.
Events, I was thinking more of in the sports and in event planning and
that will
sort
definitely
of thing.
go into contracts and dealing with customers. And yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Do you have any other colleagues that are with you?
Yes.
Yes.
You can recognize them in their show.
Appreciate your presentation and the knowledge you didn't bring samples, but maybe. Thank you very much.
Yes, I just want to say when Dr. Mackey first asked me to do this, I was a little nervous because I had no idea what I was getting into. But if there's anything I've learned as a new superintendent, it's that you have to have the right people in the right places. And he definitely has a team here working on the course of study that is second to none. I don't think any of these people would disagree. Ms. Kathy Jones and her team did a fabulous job. And there was months where I couldn't be here, but they handled everything. So I appreciate that. And they also did a good job selecting people from around the state to come in that had the knowledge and expertise to do this. So I appreciate the team that you put together here. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments, particularly as a local school superintendent. It means a lot.
Thanks.
Could they all stand because some more people came in?
Oh, all the team, our team?
Yeah, these are your cosmetology and barbering.
Yeah, we want to have them come in so we can see them.
I thought we recognized everybody.
No, we forgot.
Some of them were in the overflow room.
They were over there. Oh, nice. There you are.
then all of our state team folks who work to support courses of study, these courses of study, stand please. These are, as most of our courses of study, we have Kathy Johns over here, who's also a math specialist, but leads all the courses of study work. And then, of course, specialists, in this case, from the CTE section. And you heard they're also overlapping with science and so.
And special education.
And special education.
And English learners.
Oh, good.
That's good.
DLL, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all did a
Thank
great
you.
job.
Thanks, 6-minute wife. Be safe. Thank back.
Thank you. Thanks for staying.
Thank you all.
Where's John? Thank you so much.
County around Dover.
Worry about the weather, the front's coming in from east.
That was what we did before. That's this folder. You're getting one in each district. I don't know what all y'all ticked off while I was gone.
Nothing, we just need a new item. We did 6 and 7.
We did.
You did 6 and 7?
No, 7, no.
No, we didn't do 7.
We didn't do 7.
Once again.
We did 6.
6. So let's start with.
Yeah, let's start with 7. Well,
Item 3 is the schedule of events.
So if you look at the schedule for next year, let me tell you what we did under 3. We just took, obviously, the July meeting is the second Tuesday in July. The other meetings, we took the second Thursday. None of them overlap with the holiday next year, so that's, you know, Nora goes through this routine. The 2 that are in question, of course, are retreats. And what we've done last year was the last Wednesday in January, the last Wednesday in August. So we just chose those 2 again. It does help. I know there's some of y'all have mentioned going off-site to do retreat. We would love to do that. We, all I'm going to say about that is this: when you're thinking about places to go off-site, one is if we think about the technology. You know, we want to make sure we have Wi-Fi and those kind of things. We have to take staff, so that's no problem. But let's say if we want to do it in Mobile, then I've got to be sure, you know, I got to transport a lot of staff, including instructional staff, but also our technical people like Charles and Michael behind the scenes. Now, it's not a problem to do that. We just have to plan for it, and then we have to notify. So what we normally do on these is as soon as you approve this in December, Ms. Nora will go ahead and put these on the Secretary of State's website for the next year. You know, we're going to meet on this Thursday and the regular meetings here. So we'll put those retreats as TBD, but we do need to fill them in within about 30 days notice. So if they're going to be, you know, if we're going to meet in Mobile or Huntsville or Auburn or something, so people can know that it's going to be a different routine.
The January 25.
Yeah.
Now this is an objection. I think Ms. West is already planning on that. Is that the date you're already planning on?
That's correct.
And for those of you that are not aware of it, Auburn University has a culinary school and a great facility. And I think Ms. West is. You want to speak to that, Ms. West?
Well, I don't want to say too much right now. I'm working on it, but hopefully we'll have a wonderful visit, a tour, a nice meal, and a wonderful space to do our work and maybe learn more about what's being offered at the Rain Center for Culinary Arts and the type of work that students are doing there right out of high school.
Right. So, if anybody objects to that date of January 25, please let Ms. West or myself or Dr. Mackey know, because otherwise we're going to proceed, because we adopt this in December and there's not.
We're good.
Like you said, we have lead time. And
yes, sir.
Ms. West has been working on it for several months. I think she'll do a great job with that.
Those appear to be good dates. kind of the end of January, the end of August. It allows us to get, in both cases, to get the new semester started back, but we're kind of settled in by then, and so it seems to be good.
January 20th, of course, is the state swearing in. January
17th, I think.
Is it 17th?
I think it's the 17th. It's a Monday.
16th. It's the 16th.
16th?
Yes, that's a Monday.
Monday
the 16th.
16th.
Right. Yes.
16th, that's right.
All right, January 16th is, okay. I was in the hospital last year, so I didn't get to see it. Well, 4 years ago. All right, let's move to the agenda.
So that's that. 4, if you look at item 4, this is Birmingham Southern College. I think Ms. Harris is here. I don't know if anybody's here from Birmingham Southern College.
Yes.
Oh, they are? Okay. Would you come up? Oh, I didn't know you were Birmingham Southern.
What's that?
This is 4.
4.
Tab 4. Gaping, I think you may all know, is one of fabulous teachers and National Board Certified teacher. It was super to see you here. I really thought I didn't know why you were here today. So I'm glad you were Birmingham Southern.
You lost some time, sir.
So this is a Class B ELA 612 recommendation, and y'all have any questions?
Any questions, please? You did a fantastic job, no questions. I'm certain other people would like to have your enviable position. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here today.
Thanks.
Thank you.
It's good to see you.
Do you have anybody else with you want to introduce?
I do not. I'm here all by myself today.
Great.
Okay, and then item 5. So this is alternative teacher preparations organization. To bring this back to you, if you'll remember, this was on last month. It's been on several months' agenda. Last month we had said we were going to talk about it. Dr. Chestnut had to leave early, and I think we just all agreed we wanted to wait until she was better able to join the conversation. So the legislature passed a bill, now an act in the spring, saying that alternative teacher organizations would be allowed in Alabama, and then giving it to the board to set the rules around that. As you know, we've gone back and forth over the rules. Ms. Harris is over here. I won't probably make her come on. Come on around. I didn't mean to come on around. And I don't know, did you bring anybody with you, or is it just you?
Just me.
Okay, so we've gone back and forth on some of this. What I would remind you again, they're private companies, essentially, that they don't offer a college degree, but if you already have a college degree, you go to them and meet the qualifications to be recommended for certification. Doesn't mean you'll get certification, but the recommendation could be made. They would also have to meet our practice requirements and all that. But we have not had alternative teaching organizations in Alabama. We did a pilot program a few years ago with Teachers of Tomorrow. We've had a few come through that program, but not a lot. And we've tried to listen to the deans and listen to, also read into what the legislation that was passed and get to something we think everybody can agree to. Now, I'm going to say one other thing before Ms. Harris talks. Some of you have been contacted by a particular vendor called Reach University. And I'm just going to use their name because they've contacted me. So Reach University is a little different. They are not an alternate teacher certification or preparation group. They're an online college. And so what they do is they say, if I'm going to use an example. Say I'm a teacher's aide and I want to be a teacher. Well, before you can be recommended for certification, you have to get a degree. What Reach University does, they work with those people to finish their degree. And then once they have a degree, they can go through a college program or through one of these alternate teacher programs to get recommended for certification. But what Reach University does is not this. This does not affect them at all. They do help you finish your college degree. So they're similar to what our
current teacher education preparation program to
It
help you
is,
finish
yeah.
your degree.
They're a, right,
It's
well.
the online program. No, they're
Not-
not gonna get a, once they
No.
finish, they don't have a, they aren't recommended for certification, they're getting a general degree.
Oh, They're
But
just
I'm
like
saying
an
they get a
online
degree,
college.
okay, and then they're
But
able
not
to
certification.
then they're able to either go to the college, to do a teacher prep program, or they're able to do an alternate route to certification.
Right, and so what they're doing essentially is the same thing you would get if you went online at Athens State, or you went to Grand Canyon University or University of Phoenix online. The difference is that Reach University has reached out to some of our districts, and they've partnered with the district. So the district, in at least one case, is paying the tuition for they've reached an agreement with Reach University, and they're paying the tuition for their teacher aides to finish college. Again, they could do that with another institution, but I only feel obligated to tell you because Reach University's reached out to all of you. I don't mean to make that a pun, but it is not an alternate teacher preparation program. It is a college. It's an online college. And I could be technically, I could be a teacher's aide, go through Reach University, finish my degree, and never become a teacher. But the agreement they have with the district is the district pays the tuition, but that teacher's promising them that once they get their degree from Reach, they're going to pursue certification. If they don't, I assume, haven't read the agreements, then there would be some clawback provision where the district could get their money back from the teacher. There's Teachers of Tomorrow, there's another one, I think you got an email today, or a memo maybe Ms. Nora passed along. Another one I'd never heard of before. Recently they reached out to us. There's one that used to be called, is it Teach Texas or Teach? I Teach.
And then there's the
American Board.
They've reached out also.
And those are all alternative teacher preparation programs. They don't offer a college degree.
Right.
They take you, if you have a degree, and help you meet the minimum courses you'd have to get a teacher certification. And then, of course, you'd have to pass the practice. We did put in here that colleges and universities may also participate in this. And how that would be different is if you go through, notice it doesn't say teacher preparation programs, it's colleges and universities. So if I'm a teacher preparation program, then I have to meet the CAPE requirements. That's in the law, and it's a part of their colleges of ed. Universities also offer like continuing education, so they could technically, under this, create a continuing education section that they could do alternative certification outside of the College of Education if they wanted to, or in conjunction some way through a special center. It's unfortunately getting very confusing.
Yes.
But the law passed saying we will have these in Alabama, state boards to make the rules around it. And as I said last month, I'm a little concerned about us going too far without getting some rules out there, because we still got to go through the whole rulemaking process if we complete this before the legislature comes back in March. Which you don't have to do, but they may, it may come back. The bill may come back if not, because some of those institutions are aching to get started. Doesn't replace a traditional program because they cannot offer degrees. These would be these alternative groups are really after people kind of mid-career looking to, I got a college degree, now I want to be a teacher. You can do that by going back to college, working with Alabama or Auburn or JSU or whoever to do that. But there is a private sector place for it too. And you might say, well, why would the private sector want to do it? Well, I'll give you an example of one of those competitors. Because I've read their contract. What they say is, teacher, we'll take you through the 4 courses you have to have, and we'll give you practice prep. We'll charge you no money up front. You don't pay us unless you pass all the courses and pass the practice. And if you do, then you owe us $4,000. So there's no money up front out of pocket for the teacher, and that's the kind of been their calling card. That's how they do it. It's a, you know,
Or they
pay
have
them if you
installment
get
plans
certification.
as they're going through the process
Yes.
as well.
I asked Mr. Markham, and he did a good job of doing a cost comparison of the schools and what some of the schools of education charged. And some of the differences were dramatic, because I would try to find what would motivate somebody. And some of our areas, people change professions because they retire and they do other things, particularly retired military and other people that put your 20 years into something. And I see some viability of the program, especially when you describe a program that's cost efficient. People don't want to invest a lot of money until they're certain they want to do it, but if they want to do it, it seems to be a viable program to be in. I know that it may, you say you got more comments from the deans on this issue than you've ever gotten on any other issue. And so I can understand that, but.
What are the deans saying?
I'm sorry?
What are they
The
saying?
deans, well, some of them are here. Initially, and I'm glad to let them speak. Initially, remember y'all know, we've been talking about this since the first of the summer, really. So the initial concerns that I heard from deans were
Foundations of reading.
Yeah, foundations of reading test, the CAPE accreditation, because under the Literacy Act, they have to be CAPE accredited, which is one reason we put in here that a college or university could offer this program. They offer it outside of their teacher preparation section. They could do an office. They could have two things going on: the traditional teacher prep and an alternate type program that would help them get around the CAPE piece. Now, you know, they're an institution, so CAPE might not look kindly on that. I'm not going to say that they would do that. But their concerns were competition, basically, I think, coming down. Unfair competition. They did not want unfair competition.
And they were concerned
and
about quality as well.
Yes. Let me say that. And that may be still a concern. I mean, I can't say, I haven't looked at other states. I've probably said this before. Y'all know that in Texas, it's a big state, not Alabama, but more than half of their teachers now are certified through alternate organizations like this, rather than through colleges of ed. Now, they still get a college degree, remember, but what they see now is that most of their teachers, they're going to college, getting a college degree in chemistry or biology or finance, and then rather than going through the College of Education traditional program, they're going through IT. Now they still do it. They still have traditional programs. Remember, Texas has, I think the city of Houston has almost as many students as we have in the state, so they're huge. So they still have big College of Ed programs. But they've been doing this for a dozen years, and it's now shifted where most of their teachers are going through an alternate organization. At least one of them is CAPE accredited. I don't know which one. I teach is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, there's, I'm not trying to, I think across the country, when we look across the country, there's definitely just the traditional model like I went, which I still basically think is the best way.
Right.
18 years old, I went to college, declared myself an education major, never changed, took all my courses. When I finished, they recommended me for certification, and they mailed me a certificate with Dr. Teague's name on it. And I went to work teaching. I still think that's A1, the best way to go. But what we see are more and more, like Dr. Reynolds says, career changers. People are not staying in education for 30 years. They're in and out. And so it's not just Alabama, I guess I'm saying. Across the country, there's a demand for more options.
Are the requirements the same? So if a student chose to go through a university in Alabama, will they be required to do the same thing if they went through this alternative
If they're
program?
going through an institution, they're completing a degree program.
No, I'm talking about to get
If the college, right, if a college chooses to create an alternate pathway, then they will do whatever the alternate pathway requirements are, and they'll have the same basic minimum requirements as far as the GPA is concerned and the assessment as well. So yes.
And you'll see some universities like Athens State and Troy that appeal to more adult learners more likely to do that. Some of the traditional schools that take people like Dr. Mackey and make them teachers versus those that are in a transitional or high environment where a lot of people are changing may have this appeal.
So what would be the advantage other than the financial incentive to pay at the end? Am I hearing you say that it's the same? What these people are required to do is identical to what a traditional university is?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. So the traditional, if they're going to a traditional university, then they're earning a degree.
No, I mean with a separate program here.
Okay, so if they decide to, if a college, so I'm going to pick on UNA with Dr. Kenny sitting there, if UNA decides to create an alternate pathway, the pathways will be unique to whatever the organization or the college designs. So UNA may have, set up a 12-module alternate pathway versus the one with Teachers of Tomorrow that we currently are piloting with. They have a 4-module, but within those modules, they have probably 5 or 6 different component areas. So the actual coursework that they have to do may be a little bit different, content the same, presentation a little different, but GPA, degree requirement, background clearance, assessment, all of that will be the same.
Yes, I'm thinking like, I'd love to hear, I was just about to say thinking as a previous dean, but I would love to hear what some of the deans are thinking.
Sure. We have a couple here. We have also Dr. Sims, so is the certification officer at UA. I'm fine with all of you. Come on up. Dr. Kenny's here.
I feel like I talk all the time.
I mean, I think it's great. We're glad that y'all come and join us. Now, just so everybody knows everybody in the institution, why don't we start with Dr. Sims and y'all go around and identify yourselves.
Emily Sims, University of Alabama, the Associate Dean and Certification Officer.
Carrie Dunn, the Acting Associate Dean of Auburn University.
I'm Kelly Schumack, I'm the Interim Dean at Auburn University of Montgomery.
I'm Katie Kinney, I'm the Dean of the College of Education and Human Sciences at UNA.
Now, I have to say, Dr. Sims' husband had the great honor of coaching soccer with the state superintendent, and our kids were tiny. They're great folks, and our kids grew up together, played soccer together in Jacksonville. I don't know who wants to lead, or y'all want to ask some questions. Tell us what you can say.
So what do you think? We'll start right here, since since you know each other. So what do you think about this, for the proposal, as far as quality? And we'll just go right down the line.
I think right now the biggest challenge, excuse me, I'm kind of in and out with the voice. The biggest challenge I'm seeing is the EPPs as it's currently designed right now, College of Education. We just want to ensure that whatever is going to be required for these organizations coming in, developing these pathways for certification, we're going to have this opportunity too. And what I'm hearing right now, what Dr. Mack just mentioned about possibly going through a continuous education route, I feel like what that's going to do is, why would somebody go through the traditional route? Why would you do that? And I'm a parent also, so I would look at this economically too. So I feel like what it's going to do, and I'm looking at big picture, I see it easily killing our Class B programs, literally killing it. Because I, in good conscience, could not advise a student to go that route when I know there's this $5,000 route they could go. So I feel like we could turn into a graduate program only. And I'm speaking on my behalf as Emily Sims, and the Dean and I have had conversations. So I see the bigger picture beyond that, and what I just want us to think about is any type of unintended consequences as a result of decisions you might make today.
you say Class B, you mean Class B, the alternate or like the traditional undergraduate?
I'm talking about even like a traditional route. You know, there's a lot of things they've got to go through. Right now, we just got our ATPA scores in, and if I can tell you the intensity and the pressure and how many times I've met with students just this semester, I mean, I just want to let y'all know the state of our students right now because of the requirements put on them. I'm not trying to say lift those at all because I do want the best and the brightest, but students are coming to me telling me I've been having to put on anxiety medication just to get through this process. Like I'm trying to advocate saying bring more people to become teachers, and they're on anxiety medication, not because of their personal life, but because of the demands we're putting on them right now. So we're doing everything we can to support them with the praxis. UA has purchased 240 tutoring for our candidates. You know, we've got these sessions that we're not charging them for. We're doing everything we can to support them. But we feel like, you know, one more thing's being added to them and what's supported in place. And what's happening now, the word's got out on the street to our candidates saying, we're hearing there's this, you know, organizations coming in and we can just take 4 or 5 classes and become certified. You know, I may just go pick another major right now and come back and do that later. And so we're hearing those conversations. I mean, it's already out there. So, you know, that's kind of what my biggest concern is, like, you know, what's going to happen to the traditional route. As Dr. Mackey said, he feels like that's the best way to prepare a teacher. I believe that also. But how do we sell that?
Not from a monetary, financial standpoint, as well as the time. And yeah, that actually is all of this is being explained. How did it get passed? I mean, how did?
Because it's passed now.
We
got to implement it.
How did it get passed without consideration? Because I'm sitting here thinking a lot. I'm not even obviously within the colleges of education anywhere, but from the standpoint of logic and pure common sense, I can think of all the negatives, but why wouldn't, exactly, like you said, why wouldn't I try to cut the financial cost and then the time and all the other things that are considerations? That's a real concern. And then the quality part of it. How do you guarantee quality? Because all these years we've been trying to ensure quality and support the colleges of education as they implement quality programs and that one-on-one with teachers, future teachers. We increased, for example, the time that they would spend pre-working in the classroom officially. All of those things, it doesn't make any sense. But how did it get passed? How did it get passed?
I will answer to the best of my knowledge, which is, I'll give you a disclaimer, but I believe that there are facets within our legislation that want a free enterprise option. And that's how I even became aware of REACH involvement, is because one of our representatives who's been in educated leadership in the legislature sent this person to me. And I think that the legislation got passed because of the perception, one, that we had a teacher shortage.
Sure.
That was to start with. And that this was an economical way for persons to be, who had a degree, who have had to have a degree. You know, you said it would kill your undergraduate program, but if somebody went to the University of Alabama, wanted to major in education, that would be fine. They would enter that program. But if, on the other hand, they decided that they want to get a major, and they thought, and be a major in chemistry, and even be in the Randall's program, and at the end, they said, well, Mama's been a teacher and she's retired, I think I want to be a teacher. Then either you could, at Alabama, design a program comparable to this, or they would take this program. But what I also understand is this program is not an if, it's a how. The legislature has decided the if. And if each of the schools of education had the opportunity to make a competitive program, there's an option. So this is not excluding any school of education from developing a comparable program, or maybe even a more effective program, because we've even had discussions here when we talk about people being permanent substitutes while they're intern teachers, and yet the university charges them full tuition. And what is the university doing to cut the costs for people to become educators versus some other things? So I guess that's part of what came into the legislators' thought process to create a free enterprise option. And despite the negative influence, the legislator talked to me and said, that their perception was that perhaps the board was being overwhelmed by the schools of education not allowing free enterprise. So, as again, the legislature took, as you've helped understand it for the years, have taken the option away and created this option on their own. For whatever, I don't know their uncommunicated mental processes, which is a legal term for thoughts, that developed it. But I know it's very firm that they've done this. Correct, correct.
Certainly, it's passed, and I mean, I can't tell you why it passed. It passed over pretty overwhelmingly. There were, the original proposal, I think I may have mentioned this before, actually cut the board out of the process and just said these organizations are going to come in, they can recommend teachers for certain, they can't certify them, they can recommend teachers for certification. And we, of course, I know that many of these institutions' lobbyists were involved because they actually asked for a meeting with me so I could talk to them about it. I know the big college institutions were involved in the lobbying discussions. I was not involved in those meetings, so I can't speak about them. But we lobbied hard that the board be brought back in, that any institution, that the board be able to set the rules around it. And we got that. We won that. It still passed, but we won that, and I think that was a big thing to win. I realize now it puts you all in a difficult position. In some ways, it might have been easier to just say, "Oh, let the legislature do it and stay out." But our intention is always, if it's educational, it needs to come back to this building, not be decided across the street. And that is my only concern, that the legislature reconvenes in March and we've not passed any rules, that the same players will be back and they'll say, well, we'll just amend the law. And so I don't want to, I'm not trying to, I don't want to overplay that, but I want everybody to be aware that that was it was pretty fierce inside the halls of the legislature, and we were just adamant that at the very least they had to give the board the authority to make the rules.
This is similar. It's not exact, but it's similar, and I'm familiar with what's happening in Texas. But I remember when this board had the two-year colleges, and we had oversight dealing with some of the private institutions that competed with the two-year colleges with various programs, and the lack of quality and a lot of the problems that we were having to deal with that were really only because we had to have these or allow these private institutions, but we didn't have any real oversight, which is what I see happening here. Is how much oversight, if any real oversight, will we have, even if we have to require that you all have to participate with these groups. I mean, I don't know how much authority the board would really have, but we had a lot of problems that came out of those schools, and we could run them out of town, but they were very difficult to close. And at what point do you allow it to survive, and how do you monitor the quality while it's killing programs within institutions that are quality? Yeah.
Do any of you have alternative pathways?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay, so you have alternative pathways already, and we have oversight or approval of those pathways currently, correct? So that's our board role then. So if you already have, I think I'm headed down the right path, but if you already have alternative pathways and the goal is to meet the teacher shortage and or allow students that may be retired from the military or retired from industry or for whatever reason want to make a career change, are you actively recruiting and seeking out those students for your alternative pathways? And what do those numbers look like? I mean, I'm I'm just wondering if our traditional schools opened that up and really recruited and marketed that to the non-traditional education student, would these companies even be relevant in our marketplace? Because you already have the marketplace. It's, yes, sir.
Have you seen, do they know your data on the cost variations?
Send it to everyone.
I mean, the deans.
No, I did not send it to them.
So they don't know that.
I asked them for it. They know that I asked them for it, but they don't know what everybody else.
The very different.
Right. No, they don't.
Analysis.
See, I asked.
Is there a big difference?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And yes.
There's a big difference.
If I'm sitting in the seat of a working person supporting myself that wants to become a teacher, no question in my mind, it's financial. I will keep working and spend $3,000 and do my best to get a certification and get hired somewhere. You know, because it's affordable. I mean, that's just the facts.
It is cost and quality, and those are really good questions, because it does cost to go to the university. We're tuition driven.
Sure.
We get very little money from the state. You know, we get less than 30% of our money from state appropriation. So we're very tuition driven. But we also have the provisional certificate in the teaching field, so the PCTF, where they take 4 courses and they're certified to teach. They're working in a classroom, let's say math or science classroom. So that's a little more expensive because they got to take 4 courses as opposed to paying $4,000. But one of the things like we just had to do was submit faculty reports. So that was one of the points that I made in my letter to Dr. Mackey, was that we have faculty requirements that you all put on us, and I think are reasonable. You're saying that if you've got a secondary program in general science, that you've got to have somebody in chemistry, physics, and all that on your staff contributing to that. And but there's no faculty requirement here.
That's right. And because they're not earning a degree here either.
Right, but they are preparing teachers, which is what we're doing.
Right.
We're preparing teachers. They're preparing teachers. You don't care what the qualifications are for their preparation, but you do care for us, and I'm fine with that because we do that.
But if I use let me entertain an example which I referenced. Somebody got a degree in chemistry at AUN, and they worked at Hyundai or something for a year or two, and they said, well, kind of like to be a teacher. So how expensive is it for them to come back? Because assuming that they were smart enough to get a degree in chemistry, and they want to be a chemistry teacher. So how expensive would it be, or what difference would it be to just be an AUM to get that credential?
So they have to take 4 courses.
Right.
They have to get a job. So it would be roughly, well, I can't tell you exactly, but based on one course is somewhere around $1,200, probably at the undergraduate level. So it's a little more expensive than $4,000. But one thing we're doing, I think I speak probably for everybody, is that we're preparing career educators, because we don't want this problem perpetuated. You know, in 10 years, are we going to be sitting here having the same conversation? We're preparing people to stay in the field because, that's why quality is so important, because we're taking them out to the elementary school, if it's elementary or secondary. They're spending 300-400 hours out there with us. Is that, I mean, not everybody's going to do that. You know, that is true. But we are very careful to put them in experiences so that they are hopefully going to have the staying power.
Have you looked at this proposal that we have before us to adopt the rules?
Yes, sir.
Do you have concerns specifically about it?
It doesn't have any faculty requirements at all. I'm looking at the the Alabama colleges and universities can also participate. Then later on it says we have to document successful operation in a minimum of 5 other states.
That would not apply to you all. That would not apply to the college.
Okay, so maybe that should be written in there? Because we obviously have people from all over the United States and other countries, but we don't necessarily have our program with that many. But I wonder, like PCTF, is really doing this for secondary.
Well, I'm just wondering, have the universities or colleges gone back to their presidents and board of trustees to consider a cost reduction to those students that might need that pathway? Working students, students looking for a second career. I mean, I know in the business world, if I'm competing against somebody, sometimes I have to do things differently, cut my commission, I have to step outside the normal practice of my business in order to keep my clients. And so I know higher ed is so different, and I'm probably speaking a foreign language, but I just wonder if that's even a consideration for your colleges.
And actually, of course, we have boards too at our institutions.
Sure.
You have what, ma'am?
We have boards.
Okay.
And so any kind of, tuition is set by our board.
Sure.
But we've done that at UNA. We have a partnership called the LEAD Initiative that any district that's a part, and I think we're up to 55-ish districts, they get a 33% tuition scholarship. So, I mean, to your point, yes.
Okay.
And if you think about, like Dr. Schumack said, when we're so dependent on enrollment, we want students. I mean, obviously we want teachers, but students are how we exist. So,
I feel like this just cuts into the pool of students, your potential pool of students.
Yeah, and I do think, I echo everything that's been said here. One of the things that I think is really important to note, there was a report that came out this summer about for-profit alternative certification programs. And one of the things that really resonated with me is people who are prepared through those pathways typically don't stay in the field. So our local districts are going to constantly have this churn. And I think that's important to note from a personnel standpoint as well as an instructional standpoint. If I'm a principal and I'm constantly turning over my teachers, how am I going to get anywhere instructionally? So that's
Dr.
something.
Kenny, but do we not have some of the same, we still have a high turnover rate of people who think they want to be educators and came to work for us in Athens, and you compete with Troy State, with the Athens State for the same, a similar population. But we have a high turnover rate of a lot of people who come into education younger. And perhaps this population is aimed at a more mature, more settled group. And the idea of having multiple careers is not remarkable. I mean, I've had more than I want to admit to in very diverse areas. So if you've got somebody in Athens, Huntsville, the area that we live in, you and I live in, and you want to change professions, they want to do it cost effectively. And that's a big deal. And I'm surprised, frankly, on the record, that with all the influence that we see that the higher education institutions have in the legislature, a lot more powerful than we are, spend a lot more money with individuals that this got through without y'all knowing about it. Kind of echoing what Ms. Stephanie Bell said.
But then you all go. Then you have.
We ended up finding out about it, and we did.
You did what?
We ended up finding out about the legislation, and we did lobby for an equity clause because we felt like what was good for one should be good for the other. So we were able to add that into the legislation, which we counted as a win.
So we counted with just having us involved, having the state board involved.
So am I hearing you say that your greatest challenge would be you all want them to have the same requirements as faculty members? Is that the concern?
We need to be on the same playing field. It needs to be fair where we can compete with them. If we're having to compete with certain faculty requirements and different things, other requirements, we've got all these. We've got the notebook. We've got the inch-thick notebook of requirements of the ed preparation code. that we follow, and they have, what, 3-4 pages? So it's not really equitable. So if we're not playing on the same, if it's not equal, then that's a challenge, definitely.
So you're okay with adjusting maybe the tuition costs? Your greater concern would be the faculty requirements or the other requirements that are not equitable. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think the accountability too, to
I think that's
quality.
important,
Yeah.
the quality part of it.
Because you guys review our programs,
Right.
and we have to meet certain outcomes, and these folks should have to. And there's one in particular that's on probation right now in Texas that could potentially be shut down because they're not meeting the outcomes. And I think that's really important.
Texas opened the doors wide,
And now it's
it was
unintended
flooded, and now we're
consequences.
saying, we need to learn from your experiences.
And when you say the tuition, I think about the quality that you're getting, the accountability. There's so much that goes into these programs in comparison to what we're having to try to implement.
Yes, ma'am. Because we spend a lot of time on that accountability.
Yes.
It's like there's a disconnect because at universities, we do follow all these standards and have all this accountability and spend a lot of time and resources ensuring that. And then these programs, 4 classes. And I think the quality issue is great too.
That's what I'm saying.
And that concerns me. These teachers won't stay in the field as long as you mentioned because they won't be prepared as well. I was talking to some school partners a couple weeks ago, and they were like, we're hiring teachers now who we would have never hired several years ago, that there's such a shortage. And so, there are a lot of factors, but it might temporarily help the shortage issue, but probably not long term. And then the impact that it's going to have on the students. We're revising our programs to address the literacy standards, the numeracy standards, all of these, and that's, for the younger programs, that's not in there either. So.
We have a proposal before us, and I want to know, what are our options? If we don't do anything, the legislature's going to do it for us.
Well, I didn't say they would. Yes, sir.
You're likely.
So I intimated that. I think it's possible because that's where they started. And it was a very hard fight on our part. We came up with some scratches to get the board put back in the law. So, but I'm not telling you to do something you don't believe in doing. I just think we need to. You need to know all the facts.
I'm just trying to understand where we are, what the facts are.
I don't think it'll go away though either, because there are some companies out there that are reaching out to legislatures, and they're staying very involved in following where we are.
And they've all got lobbyists too. The universities have lobbyists, but those companies do.
My input from the legislators who communicate with me is that they want this. They're serious about it, and they'll go this far, and if we don't do something, they'll go further, to include schools like Reach and others. So my personal belief is we have the option of adopting something that we can adopt. If we don't adopt anything, we will allow ourselves, like we discussed with the first grade entry, we're going to open ourselves up as they're selecting new leadership. Some of them are not as understanding of what we are supposed to do as we would hope they would do. But they're very, and I appreciate your input because I don't think there's a likelihood that it's going to go away.
But I don't think we need to do something just because the legislature is threatening us. I think we need to do the right thing regardless. And I think that's, these companies that go into states, so I'm going to talk about it in the big picture. They go into states, they take their lobbyists, they take contributions that they provide to those that are key in the legislative ranks, and that's how they get this done. It doesn't just happen. This is a big deal, and I think we need to be really careful about the steps that we take. And sure, we could encourage the boards of trustees at these various institutions to help, but with this law, I'm worried as much about the quality or the lack of quality, no accountability, even if we have a little bit that they put under the authority of the State Board of Education. This is a real concern. And we talk about teacher shortages, we talk about, But why are we talking about teacher shortages where we fill the slots without the quality that we need in areas where they need quality the most? Just to fill those slots doesn't make any sense. I see it in healthcare a lot, and we're paying for it as a country. But the bottom line is that this was not a good move, but I know how it happened. That, you know, I kind of knew the answer to the question. What? There's a benefit. There's a benefit, but it's not necessarily, we don't necessarily benefit from it. And that's what really does concern me about reading this thing. And we can check all of the contribution lists, and maybe find out a little bit, but I think that at this point, we shouldn't do something just because we have this threat from the legislature. We need to do it because it's the right thing, or we don't need to do the wrong thing.
I'll be clear, I'm not doing it because I feel threatened, but I do think, with all honesty, if we don't do something, the legislature will do something which may be more onerous than what we do ourselves.
Well,
we can say, well, let me finish. We can say, we don't like the law, and they gave us a function, we don't want to do it. But then they will likely do something else.
Well, I'm going to finish what I just said, and that is, I think that we need to do the right thing, and I don't think we need to do anything because of a threat. If it's the wrong thing, it's the wrong thing. Let the legislature take the blame.
What's the right thing?
The gentleman down there.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Well, I think there's a lot of issues when you say quality. The piece that we're not talking about is these people are already working in the school. As that's the part of the bill is that, hey, the school system hires these people and they are already in the position. Am I correct?
Some of them.
And that's the piece. Hey, why do I need to do anything? I'm already hired. Just like you said, they already got agreement with the school system. So, hey, why get a certificate? We got an agreement with your school system already. I can walk off the street, come teach.
There's a limitation on the time that they're able to do so.
Right, but that's the piece. I can just walk off the street and teach because I got an agreement with this company and the school system.
And then leave the school after 3
But
years.
I'm also, hey, I'm gonna be there for 3 years at least anyway because not and get tenure because hey, I made an agreement to stay with you. So that's the part. It's not like we prepare people before they get there. Hey, but this is an option. You can just already be in the classroom and teaching. And now we're gonna give you a few modules, and you're gonna get and a couple other things, and you're gonna get a same certificate as someone who's been prepping. And like I say, I'm an alt cert, but before I started the alt cert, I had to go back and take these prerequisites. I came from the sciences, and I went to early childhood and elementary, so I had to go through an alt A certificate. But before I can start the alt A, I had to go back and look at some other areas that I had to get some background information in before I started it. That whole process is gone. If this would have been available, I could have just went on and took the praxis or met the other requirements. And guess what? I was already teaching with a job while I was working on my requirements. In the classroom. And who needs those the most? And these are the areas we were just talking about earlier with generational issues. They have the largest gaps. They need the teachers. So let's just put them in there.
And that's what's going to happen is that unintended consequences is that we're going to get, not all, but the possibility of those that are not coming from a quality program, put them into the places where we need the highest quality teachers.
Yes.
And then guess who's going to come and slam us under the bus? The legislators when test scores go down.
Yes.
Yeah. And y'all, and you know, but it doesn't matter who they slow under the bus. Our kids will be the ones that suffer.
And the kids.
And that's all we've been talking about today. Why is it so hard to figure this out? I know it's not, but it's just frustrating. Okay, sorry. You're saying that was a frustrated woman.
Every day.
Our options are to keep this on the agenda for next meeting or to take it off. That's what we do right now.
We have 2 board members missing. I'm sorry they were not here for the discussion.
You want to put it off another month?
We'll talk about it again. Next work session.
Yes, we need further discussion. I need to come up with some solutions.
Correct.
It's all right with me.
Okay.
So we will,
Okay.
Is it the wishing of the board to put this off and put it on the December agenda?
Please.
Work session.
Y'all just like seeing me, that's what it is.
Put it on the December, and
we
Mr.
all,
Walker, would you supply
let us
that
know.
financial data to each of the deans, certainly Dean Kenny?
Yes, sir.
And the rest of the board?
Can I inject just one more thing?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to mention this. One of the things we ask our candidates when they're coming through the interview process for a teacher prep program is we ask them, why do you want to become a teacher? And I would probably say 99% of them, you know the answer. Why do they want to become a teacher? Because of the teacher they had in their past.
That's right.
Point back to a teacher. So my thought, and I want you to be thinking about this as you think about these organizations coming into our state and preparing our students for their future. Will they be able to point back to one of those products of those organizations and say, that's why I became a teacher, because of one of them? I want you to pause and think about that. Because generally speaking, these are teachers that are in it for the profession, for the career.
But we're at a point now where we're not dealing with whether or not they're coming. We're looking at now the terms of their coming.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, we're beyond stopping it. Right.
Yeah.
So we've got to really develop a framework that we feel will provide us with the quality that we're looking for.
Dr. Sims has a good point, because you're talking about all our students are required to have an there's there's so many different things like that this doesn't require. It's a whole different program.
Well, we've kicked this down the road 3 months. And we're gonna kick it down the road a month, but sooner or later, like it or not, the law's in place. And I think Dr. Chestnut's absolutely right. It's not a matter if these agencies are gonna come in. They are gonna come in. Some of them are already here. And if you wanna abdicate the rules to the legislature, who they've given us a chance to do, and we don't do anything, they'll do it for us. And you may not like it, you may like it even less, but that's this board's decision.
But I think at this point, what we've got to do, we have this before us as a proposal. Look at it, see what we think is fair overall to the entities that already exist, and go forward. We know we've got to do something, but let's make sure we're being fair to everyone.
I don't object.
Dr. Mackey, can we require the same of these different institutions, for-profit institutions, the same requirements that we require for our colleges of education?
So
I
we
mean,
did.
Is there nothing?
So we made the changes that the deans, all the changes the deans
Except the
requested.
faculty
Except
requirement.
faculty requirements. So, for instance, originally, we said they didn't have to be CAPE accredited. That's not something we require, but it's in the Literacy Act. If you prepare early childhood, you have to be CAPE accredited. If you didn't, if the college said we're not doing early childhood, we're doing high school, it wouldn't have to be. But we came back for these, and actually the rules more strict. They have to be CAPE accredited, no matter who they're preparing. So we made those changes. I mean, I don't mind the faculty requirement. We can put that in there too. I mean, I don't care. It's up to y'all. I just want everybody to understand that, you know, we worked really hard to get this thrown into the board's court rather than the legislatures, and I don't want us to get to March. And I mean, if you say, hey, we're not dealing with it, just take it back to the legislature and let them deal with it. But I want to make sure that we're.
I think what we're asking for is at least make it an equal playing field, and that's all we're asking. That actually, I don't see that that's unreasonable if we add the requirements having to do with the
faculty. Like that's all that's lacking, isn't it?
And that's what y'all will be fine with if we add that requirement. You're all. How many doctors do you have on?
It's a review process, and the only reason we did not put the specific name CHIP is because they're going through a review right now, and so we didn't know what the name was going to be, so that's why we just said review process.
What if we just said whatever the requirements are for a traditional university would also be applicable to this private practice?
Because you've renamed it Pathway and made it them a pathway and us a program. So it would probably be better if that was left out of this and say what Dr. Chestnut said.
Yeah, and that's what, actually, that was what I was trying to say, so thank you. But that's, just make it equal, same, equal playing field, and don't give them any special privileges. We're looking for quality and accountability. We require it of you all, and so.
But Dean, don't you have the option to have a pathway as well as a program?
We do, but we already have that, ECTF.
Okay, so what I'm saying.
So
the language pathway is not.
They're gonna ask a lot more than
You just raised the question of the word pathway. You find that objectionable, but you also have a pathway program, right?
Will we have ECTF, or we could propose something here?
So would it solve the problem, like Ms. Bell just said, if we add the language of the requirements for the faculty being the same?
Is that the only thing that's lacking as you all look through this?
Because we already know we don't have an option. This is going to happen.
Since we're going to come back to meet again, how about I just send the deans the email?
Yes, and have
to
them,
give them time to look through.
Right.
Be specific.
Yeah, like changing the word pathway to program. However you think it needs to be done, I think it needs to, accountability and quality is crucial.
And it should mirror. They should mirror each other. It shouldn't be any difference.
Well, we do really appreciate y'all taking the time, because it means a lot to us. We are committed. We're career educators. We're committed to education in Alabama, and we don't want this to be perpetual.
Right.
And if we can do something to help with that, and we believe we have, quality programs, and we're preparing career educators, and hopefully that's going to help in the future. So we really do appreciate all that y'all do
To summarize it, we will delay this decision and get the data back, get the letters and the input from them and a proposal, including the data on the cost that Mr. Markham provided for me to all of us, and we'll see what happens in December.
Thank you.
Sounds great. Thank you all.
And come back in December.
Okay.
Don't you leave us. That was very good.
So, in addition, 6 you've already done. 7, it's, of course, it's always a little confusing. So we're adopting one course of study, or before you will be the option to adopt a course of study for part of career tech, but also the ones you adopted last year, we're now adopting textbooks for those. And so the other, Jones is here, C. Jones, Dr. Carolyn Jones. This would be, I'm not exactly sure, I've lost myself where the list is, but these are not typically controversial books. They're for architecture and construction, information technology and transportation, distribution and logistics. And as y'all know, these kinds of, unlike say, elementary reading, there just aren't many vendors out there. There are not many options out there, but we do go through the full textbook process. So, Dr. Jones, turn it over to you.
Yeah, this does get a little confusing because I have to stop and think myself sometimes, but actually what you all got today is just the resolution to receive the information. I did go ahead, you have the packet, and it's marked confidential because those are the results of the committee, but you all did get that copy, as well as the PowerPoint presentation that we'll use next month. My chairperson will be here next month at the work session to present the overview of our process and any questions or whatever at that time. So we look forward to seeing you guys next month to do our overview of our presentation for the material that they recommended for you guys to accept or reject.
That's
so
great.
Very good.
So I'm just to recap. So the presentation you saw earlier is for a new course of study. That will be on the December agenda for approval to go into place next fall. Also on the December work session, not the agenda, you will have this, somebody will come and present on this packet. So you have it a month ahead of time to look at, but they'll come present on it in December, and then it would presumably go on the regular business meeting in January to be approved. Then we would do the textbook caravan, those things in the spring, those to go in place next fall.
They don't typically do a caravan.
No, they don't have to do all that.
Yes.
They'll do a smaller caravan.
Thank goodness. Okay.
It'll be a Volkswagen.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Jones.
Thank you.
So, am I on 8? So it's Computer Science Week coming up in December, and we're going to do resolutions of that. The resolution will actually be passed during Computer Science Week, and I'm not sure what all we might have going on. I'm sure there are going to be a lot of activities around Computer Science Week. And Don Morrison, who leads that workforce, was here earlier with the career tech stuff. But just for now, no, Computer Science Week's coming up. We'll do a lot of social media stuff. There'll be a lot of the Hour of Code, I think, happens during that week. You'll see a lot of things around it. And you'll vote on the resolution during the week. And then our Milken educator, Mrs. Bell, and I had the opportunity to go over to one of her schools, Delrada Elementary here. We had a principal, Dr. Brian Cutter, to win the Milken Award. And we've not had a principal in a long time. So it was really nice to be able to come and celebrate with him and his faculty. And we'll give him a resolution next month. And hopefully he'll be able to be here in person, especially since he's so close. And that brings us to the end of that. I know Nick's got some things to pass out with my evaluation to you. And I know we have the... Did you get your folders yet with your district?
No, not yet.
Okay, we just have those.
And before, we forgot board questions. Dr. McCarty sent me questions.
Oh, well, ask away.
Just so you know. Well, if you want to know the truth, she only sent me 2, and one of which we've already discussed. But her second one is, she wishes for a report. Are you ready, Mr. Markham? Are you ready for Dr. McCarty question?
No. I never lied to you.
Get your pen ready. Please provide a report as stated in the evaluation that shows 2022 ACAP data side by side with the current ESSA targets for all subgroups and state averages in reading and math. I'll send this to you.
Oh,
thank you.
It's a very good question. So that was hers.
Okay.
But wait a minute, that was just hers, but that doesn't mean there's not other board questions.
I just have one, but you go first.
No, you go right ahead. I want to send this to him.
Mine's, you already received mine. You remember last month when I asked about those surveys, and there's one that's supposed to be out from the CDC, that the email I forwarded you.
Yeah.
But that's actually something that's, that question is everywhere. And there are parent groups that are meeting, and so we need to find out if that CDC survey is being used in local systems, because it is pretty offensive. There's some things in there that just are completely inappropriate, and some of the other things that have already been mentioned. I really would like an answer, and I think it'd be helpful to all of us, because it's not going away. And I'd rather have the truth instead of rumors and, you know, whatever.
That'd be good. Let us just put something in writing to everybody, similar to what I sent. Copied you on to her, because we don't know. We definitely are not have not pushed that out, and are not going to. But that's a good question. We'll do that.
But find out if it's out there, because there are parents who are finding it on local school system websites, and it may be just what it has to do. There's a CDC survey, and she's asking what it is.
The first one that Mrs. Bell was able to share,
from
somebody had sent her, we were not able to, it was pieces of a survey. We did online searches. We were never able to identify it as a survey. So we really don't know where it came from, but we could not identify that it had ever been used in an Alabama school, or that it even was a legitimate survey. And I don't know exactly where she found it. She followed up. Yeah, not Mrs. Bell, but somebody. We don't know where the person who sent it to Mrs. Bell, where she found it. But it was pieces, like cut and paste pieces. It was not a complete document even, so it made it hard to search. We have a follow-up question about the CDC's Youth Risk Development Survey, which is a survey CDC has done for many years to teens. you know, we are not distributing the Youth Risk Development Survey as it's certainly not in the form that I saw it. CDC has not asked us to do anything with it, so I don't know. But they've changed a lot of the questions. So, for instance, they now they've added some questions about gender that are not, I don't think, would even be in keeping with Alabama state law. It used to just ask male or female. So we won't push it out. Now, as far as, anyway, I will be careful where I go too much. I think that it's in my opinion, based on the most recent Alabama law, it would take, passed in the spring, it's a survey that would require parent opt-in consent. In other words, it wouldn't be an opt-out. A parent would have to opt in that, yes, I want my child to take this survey. And of course, the district would have to opt in. It's not going to come through us. But I want to be also careful, because when they contact districts, if a district opts in and then they ask parents to opt in, I don't want to say nobody in this state is ever going to get that survey, because we may have districts and parents who will opt in. I'm telling you, we're not distributing it. So, but I will come back and put something in writing for you. Be glad to do that. Maybe something that'd be easy for you to forward to people if you get questions about it. We've only had that one question that Ms. Bell would pass along to me, and I appreciate her doing that, because otherwise we would not have even known about it.
Well, they're having parent meetings, and their parents are getting that off of whatever website.
Oh, yeah.
And so if we can just find out from the local systems whether they're participating, or if they can check to see if they are unknowingly participating.
Yeah.
And that way, since a lot of the content would be against the law, their violation, it would be helpful for us.
Or at least it would require an opt-in, at
Right.
the very least. So,
right.
Yeah, I think there's no question it requires an opt-in. And we have, I mean, we've kind of been in a little, well, anyway. We're not pushing it out. But I'll get something for you. That'd be great. Absolutely. Ms. Seeger?
No, I was done.
Thinking.
I'm
You
just
put your
thinking,
hand like that, I see that thinking.
Oh my gosh.
Y'all have anything else you want to do? Send us whatever.
I think I had asked several months ago, and maybe it went out and I went back and I tried to find it. But when we were talking about the class offerings for our career and technical education fields, and I asked what CTE courses are offered through Access. I don't remember getting that back. It's been a few months ago. It was when they presented, and we were actually talking about, it was way before we started discussions with the graduation, the CCR. And I was then trying to think of solutions potentially for small rural districts like mine that don't have many offerings. And what does Access afford them toward that CCR?
Okay.
And I realize virtual is not the answer, but it is a place to start. So,
yeah, I'll get on that.
Okay, and I know I asked it, and it was at the end of the day, so,
Absolutely.
I just want to know. And then that way maybe we can start to expand those.
Yeah. That's a great question. I appreciate that. And just along that same line, there was a meeting Monday, I think. Of course, y'all know my head's been gone, but you were there, Ms. Martin, with post-secondary on expanding dual enrollment options, and they are very aware, and I think they really want to help the community college system to make sure we have more dual enrollment options too, and to grow those really fast, especially in high need areas. So we're working with them on that, and we will also be working on the work keys. And then you also know that we did ask for, y'all asked for, the $25 million for grants. And there was we've had our first budget meeting with the Executive Budget Office, and that's something we plan to push really hard. So districts could, any one of those 9 CCR areas, they could say, we want a grant to expand in this way or more than one. So we're working on multiple fronts on that. We'll get you the specific answers to this, and then maybe, but at some time, I think probably in the spring, come back and do an update on kind of where the overall, different things are moving to try to get more access to those.
I'd really like to know what, I don't have to know, I'm sure each of us would like to know what districts are in, what LEAs inside our districts are applying for those grants.
Right.
Who's taking advantage of this 25 million and what for? I mean, what are their plans of expansion with this grant money? I think we need to hold ourselves accountable for that additional funding that we asked for.
We will.
In terms of knowing who applied, where it's going, and what it's for specifically.
And if it passes the legislature,
right,
then we'll go ahead and have the applications out ahead of time, so that we're not waiting till where the money comes in and do the application. So
it'll be
we'll
seamless.
get on top of that. Yes.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you for setting up Assembly e-Solutions.
Yes, this has gone really well today.
Thank y'all. We are working on that still. Nora and Chuck and team have worked really hard to get it in. I know we've had a few glitches, but that's one reason we wanted to do a soft rollout. We'll continue to do paper for as long as y'all want to, for everybody who wants it, but we would like to get to send the electronic version through Assembly when we get everybody there. Some of the devices are still coming in, but anyway, help us understand what you need. And we have a trainer named Heather. I've spent a couple of hours with her, with Nora and Leanne guiding me through. But I don't know if it's better. So Heather would do like an online training. It's all online, so like a training one afternoon at 2 o'clock, not just one afternoon, but where lots of you could sign in together, or she can do individual sessions. So just kind of let us know. You don't have to let us know now what you would like to do, but it might be good if we set up a couple of sessions where, even if everybody couldn't be in there, but 2 or 3 of you at a time, and then learn with one another on making sure we can get it. We did find a little problem with how our meeting was listed. Ms. West brought to our attention. We're going to get that fixed, so we'll get through that. But thank y'all. I think I've never used Assembly before, but once I started playing with it, it's very searchable.
Had to do that with AAS.
The best feature is the sticky notes.
Yeah.
So you can write yourself a sticky note and tag whatever's on the agenda and come back to it, because you know how you think of something and it's three numbers down. You can sticky note yourself all sorts of things. That's my favorite feature.
You can keep your sticky notes from a work session to a meeting.
Yes.
So if you think, oh, I want to make sure to mention this in the meeting, you can
like my access report from several months ago.
I just want to take her.
Got it.
And I think Cynthia wants it, yes. And Nick will mail their.
Yeah, he'll take it. Thank you.
And are we going to get the envelopes, the folders you said?
Yes, Miss Martin has them right there.
Okay.
We can go ahead and pass those out.
Yes.
They're by your district.
You've got to give the title to your oldest child for her to get that secret information.
Yeah.
Put out your arm and give a little blood. Those are.
Your finger. Yeah, do my tongue.
I'll indenture my son. You can have it.
Again, your superintendents will get those today too, electronically. So if you have it's on now. So you might get a call from them, or if you talk to them, they're going to have the same information. It's just not going to be public yet.
Anything else to discuss?
Not for me. Just know that in December, of course, it'll come really quick because we have that Thanksgiving holiday in between, and we'll have a little Christmas something as we always do in December. And may I, before you adjourn us, Dr. Reynolds, just say a big thank you to everybody. Glad y'all been just super since last week. I know that Chuck has been communicating with you, and Chris he's home and anyway. But it was very nice. So it was, a lot of y'all sent me little messages, but you didn't. But you allowed me to take that time with family, and I really appreciate that. But he's doing okay. He's home, and I've barely seen him because he's either been asleep or whatever. But that's good.
Chuck did a good job keeping his posted.
Good job with everything. We got a great team here. Great team. Sir?
I will adjourn the meeting, and I wish I could reevaluate you after you supplied me today, but it's probably too late.
We'll get a chance next year.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. That was really good. You pulled your hat out and put it on. I thought, you know something's up.
I told Craig it's Veterans Day. Usually in Veterans Day, I mean,
Yes, ma'am.
that's the Veterans Day. And then we lay a